I'm serious. It's roar. Like a lion is a roarer.
Are you closing the meeting in the name of anyone, or did anyone contact you? Are you closing the meeting in the name of anyone that passed away?
Oh, in honor of Hector, I think. Hawk
Tell
Hector?
her how to pronounce it wrong.
Yeah,
They can see it.
but I don't see it here.
I don't either. That's why I saw it.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah. Haven't read it, so. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. How's everyone doing? Good to see a good crowd here. Okay. I now call to order the open session of November 12, 2024 regular meeting of the Hermosa Beach City Council at 6:04 p.m. Do I have a volunteer that would like to lead the pledge? Rick? Great, okay. Beautiful.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Madam City Clerk, could we have the roll call?
Councilmember Keegan,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Councilmember DeToy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman,
Here.
Mayor Francois.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? To my left? To my right? Okay. I have one here. Please join me at my next Mayor's Town Hall Forum this Thursday, January 16, 6 to 8 p.m. right here in the council chambers. Be an opportunity for residents to ask questions about emergency services or any other topic of interest. RSVP is optional, and you can go on the website to find that out. And I welcome everyone to attend. I've tried to make them on a monthly basis. I will try to continue to do that. Great. Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Next, we have item 6, approval of the agenda.
Okay, there's been a request to add emergency preparedness information item, and I believe the city council must declare through a vote to create an urgency to put it on.
Correct. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may provide a
Sure.
bit more context. So the Brown Act, of course, requires a 72-hour notice. There is a provision, if by a majority vote of the body that an emergency exists, you guys consider the item. The Brown Act defines emergency as a work stoppage, crippling activity, or other activity that severely impairs public health, safety, or both, once again, as determined by a majority of the members of the legislative body, i.e. the city council. City staff is prepared to provide a kind of brief overview and potential options in response to the January 2025 fires in the Los Angeles County area, but ultimately it is up to the discretion of the body whether or not to hear that item tonight. And if a majority believe we can, we'll hear it under 13G. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we vote on that first and then do the approval of the agenda, or do it all at once?
We could probably do it all at once, but I will defer to the
Okay.
to the discretion of the mayor.
If there's any objection, we'll just do it all at once.
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
I make a motion that we approve the revised agenda for tonight.
Okay, I would like to pull one of the consent items and have that pulled and acted on separately. That would be 11P. That's the adoption of the ordinance approving the municipal code regarding the ADUs and junior ADUs. That would be 11P. So if it's okay if you could revise.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the revised agenda, noting 11P, and if you're okay with it, hearing that at the end of the meeting.
I was thinking actually moving it up since it is emergency preparedness.
And then moving up one moment.
Got it. So I believe that we want to bring up 13G.
13G.
And then put 11P at the end. Is that what I'm hearing? Or just I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth.
Okay, 13G, which is the emergency preparedness, we can do that right before our other items then, right?
Correct. It would come right before 13A.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, there's a second to all that?
Second.
Beautiful. Okay. Roll call, please. Oh, we're back to this. There we go.
Sorry, mine's not working. Yeah, I tried that already. Oh, there we go.
Okay, the votes are up on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the results?
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we have some, Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda there?
Item 7, proclamations, presentations. 7A, local contest winners of the Los Angeles Public Library 2024 Children's Bookmark Contest.
Okay, I invite our Hermosa Beach librarian, Genevieve.
Hello, I'm Genevieve. I'm the Hermosa Beach librarian. Before I present our winners, I wanted to go over some events we have coming up. Tomorrow we have a reptile show at 3 o'clock, generously sponsored by our friends of the library. And then this Saturday we have a toddler music concert at 10:30 a.m. And then the following week on the 22nd at 3 o'clock for Lunar New Year, we are making snake puppets. So I hope people can join for that. Our first bookmark contest winner, this year we had a lot of applicants. We had over 100 people submit artwork in every category, so it was very tough competition. Our first bookmark contest winner for the kinder through second is Imani Navis. And this is her artwork. For the 3rd through 5th grade, this is our winner, and this is Kai Slates. Our middle school winner, Branton Basola. To show here. And our high school winner, Sienna Knight.
So everyone was so quick to walk away so fast, I'd like to invite the students up to describe their bookmarks. Come on up, describe your bookmarks. We won't let you get away that fast. Amani. Amani?
Nope.
Guy Slate? Oh, here she is. Here, you want my microphone? Does that work? Beautiful. Go ahead.
I did this because, well, there's a dolphin, and I did all the colors because they're tearful, and I did the dolphin because I thought it was kind of fun, and I did all the kind of looks like water and other stuff, and I thought that was kind of pretty.
Well, I've always liked making cool lettering, and I know how to do block letters too. So I took my markers and used all these different colors to do some of my best lettering. And in the background, I decided I didn't want to just make it like bland. So I drew a little river and the clouds. And wait, no, there's no clouds. But there is a sky. And should I say my inspiration? Well, at first I thought I could do something like reading is magical, but then I realized someone had already done that, so I didn't want to do that anymore. And then I decided, like, we could do this, like reading is your superpower, because I didn't really think anyone had done that before. So, yeah.
For mine, I just like drawing characters and having little silly doodles. So I did like the big book of books on the front as kind of one of the main things, and then a guy surrounded with books like floating around him, because I really like the idea of like magical books that give knowledge. And then look into reading was kind of like one of the minor things, but I really liked how the thing turned out. Yay.
For my bookmark, I decided to do a stack of books with an apple on top, and I chose a lot of different books from a lot of different genres for a lot of different age groups, like Cat in the Hat, and then like To Kill a Mockingbird, and like The Lord of the Rings.
Thank you. That's really great, and I know how you like to run away real fast, but we're not done yet. I'm going to read the certificate, and you can stay there while I read it, but then we have all the certificates for you guys to come back up here in a second. Okay, it's just a Hermosa Beach branch of the County of Los Angeles Public Library conducted its 45th annual bookmark contest, which highlights the wonder and importance of books and reading and challenges parents, educators, and librarians to nurture kids' love of reading and libraries through art. And we are here to recognize those students who have expressed their love of books and reading by designing creative bookmarks. Therefore, I, Dean Francois, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, California, do hereby extend my personal congratulations and those of our City Council to Amani Navas of Hermosa Vista School for winning the entry in the kindergarten through second grade category, if I said your name right. Kai Slate, Robinson Elementary School for winning entry in the third grade through fifth grade category. Branton Fazola of Hermosa Valley School for winning entry in the sixth grade through eighth grade category. And Sienna Knight of Mira Costa High School for winning entry in the 9th through 12th grade category. So come on up again. We've got your certificates for you.
I'm so small.
Oh, that's okay. That's good. Okay, congratulations to all of you. First, I'll stand in front here, and then we'll invite the city council members to come up. Let's get in the center. There we are. Let's get in. Move over to the center here. There we are. Okay. Good going, kids. And then.
1, 2, 3. There we go. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, now I invite the council members to come on down here. While I'm doing that, I'll shake your guys' hands. Okay, congratulations. There we are. Good going. Good going. Wow. Okay, you guys. stars. Okay, keep going. Keep going. Madam City Clerk, it looks like we have announcement of the winner of the 15th Annual Parking Permit Art Contest. Oh, that's been postponed. What's up next, Madam City Manager?
Next is item 7C, recognizing Jeanette Osborne for being 2024 SCCI-AA Crime Analyst of the Year.
Great. Could we have Captain Phillips come on up? Jeanette Osborne, where is it? There it is.
Good evening, Mayor Francois and honorable council members. The city and the police department is proud and honored to recognize crime and intelligence analyst Jeanette Osborne, standing to my left, who recently was awarded the SCCI-AA Analyst of the Year. The Southern California Crime and Intelligence Analysts Association was established in 1989. Now, this isn't just the area, South Bay, Los Angeles County. This is 4 counties, which includes Los Angeles, Orange, Ventura, and Santa Barbara. And our crime analyst, Jeanette Osborne, has been selected as the Analyst of the Year for all 4 counties. A couple of things about Jeanette. Joined Hermosa Beach PD and the city in 2015. Prior to that, she worked for the Los Gatos Police Department for 14 years as a crime and intelligence analyst. She has a Master's of Science degree in criminology from Indiana State University. She continuously works with our Detective Bureau to locate and identify criminal offenders. There are countless times when a lot of the cases that we speak of, either here to City Council, that the Chief of Police speaks of, that we speak of on our social media, a lot of that work is being done by Jeanette behind the scenes to locate and identify the criminal offenders and connect them to crimes in our city, and also to assist in successful prosecutions with our city prosecutors and district attorneys. She is an expert in various technologies and data systems, information systems. So everything we talked about when it comes to license plate readers and crime analytics and databases, this is all Jeanette behind the scenes that are putting all of this together and locating all of these criminals. She attends regional meetings. She attends meetings with other crime analysts. She attends gang task force meetings. We don't have a gang problem in Hermosa Beach, fortunately, but that doesn't mean we don't have folks who are participating in gangs coming to the beach cities, which Jeanette participates in. She's been instrumental in developing and managing our records management system, so that's something that we use anytime we take a crime report. She meets with the software engineers who designs this system, and she has input there as well. She created a monthly crime trend document, which is issued to our patrol officers, which tells them where they need to focus their efforts. What are the crime trends? What are the areas that need attention and more patrol presence? In addition to solving crimes, she's consistently helping the Chief of Police and the command staff with administrative analytics. So when the community or the council has questions about how many arrests we've made in a given period of time for certain violations, it's Jeanette who's putting all of this together. This is a long list. I didn't realize how long it is. It's quite a bit. And in addition to this, she's working with other city departments. She works with the Planning Commission. She helps provide the tri-annual CUP report that I know Councilmember Shaman is very familiar with. But here's what else she does. Jeanette has been teaching and promoting and driving her niche profession of law enforcement for years. Jeanette teaches at the California State University of Long Beach Community Center for Criminal Justice. She teaches the Post-Certified Crime Analyst Core course and also their certificate program. She teaches investigative analyst techniques to other law enforcement members. From time to time, we will have interns who come from Cal State Long Beach or other agencies that will come and learn from Jeanette and learn how to be a crime analyst in the area. She teaches geographic profiling, crime mapping, spatial analysis, crime analyst realities. I don't know what that is. And in addition to all of this, Jeanette helped to build that curriculum at Cal State University of Long Beach. She's been a mentor, as I mentioned a moment ago, to future analysts and continues to do so on an ongoing basis. One of her interns that was here for a number of months is now a crime analyst in a South Bay city with us. So Jeanette now works with the one that she mentored into her profession. So all this to say, Jeanette is phenomenal. She's been absolutely wonderful helping the police department. This is the award that she was received last December, from the SCCIAA as the Analyst of the Year. So we just want to recognize all the work that she does, and we're going to invite Jeanette to say a few words before we hand it to the mayor.
Thank you, Captain Phillips. Hello, council, city manager, everybody here today. I just want to say thank you all for the opportunity. Actually, I was the first crime analyst here in the Hermosa Beach area. I was the first crime analyst in Los Gatos, and it's not an easy thing to develop a unit when nobody's ever seen a crime analyst before. And I have to say these last 10 years have been challenging but great because the support we have within the police department, and I work with an amazing team that allows me to do my job to the best of my ability and opens opportunities for me, and I am very grateful for everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. In recognition for receiving the 2024 Crime Analyst of the Year Award from the Southern California Crime Intelligence Analysts Association, we extend our sincerest thanks and appreciation for your dedication to the community. Congratulations. Okay, how about the council? You want to come on down again? Sure, absolutely. Family too.
Couldn't do my job without the support of my family.
Of course not. Oh, they're all here, okay.
We're all here, sorry.
There we are. There we are. How about the rest? Everyone else want to come up here? Oh, there we go. Hey, there he is. How you doing? Please, jump in. Okay, Madam City Clerk, what do we have next on our agenda?
Item 8, City Manager Report.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Madam City Manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council and members of the community. I hope you all are as well as possible during these challenging times. As catastrophic wildfires continue to devastate the Los Angeles area, our thoughts and deepest sympathies are with those affected. I also want to thank our first responders, firefighters, police officers, emergency response staff, and medical professionals, just to name a few. Individuals both here at home and far beyond have stepped up in a time of crisis and laid themselves on the line to help people in need. Their sacrifice represents the best of us. Our city team will address our city's response further in their comments and later this evening. We will receive a report from our emergency preparedness coordinator. We ask that residents please continue to stay informed through the city and county's channels, take precautions for your health and safety, and consider contributing to organizations providing aid to those in need. Thank you all, and we wish peace and safety to you and all your families. As we begin the new year with our first January meeting, we have a few local announcements and city initiatives to share with you all. On the upcoming event front, I'd like to welcome all residents to join us for the next Civic Facilities Stakeholder Meeting on Wednesday, January 22nd from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the City Council chambers. This meeting will provide an opportunity for residents to engage directly with city officials, share their perspectives, and contribute to shaping the future of Hermosa Beach's municipal buildings through the Civic Facilities Project. The Civic Facilities Project is intended to evaluate and address the needs of the city's aging facilities, including City Hall and the Police Department, to improve efficiency, reduce maintenance costs, and ensure they continue to meet the needs of Hermosa Beach residents. The meeting will be held in person to promote community input and open discussion, and a recording will be made available for those unable to attend. Your voice is key to this process, and we hope you will join to discuss the project and share your perspectives and priorities. As always, please visit the project website at civicfacilitieshb.org to register for the event, learn more, and provide your feedback. Next, I'd like to share that the City Clerk's Office is now accepting applications to become a Planning Commission member. One position is available with a term set to expire on June 30th, 2028. Applicants must be registered to vote in Hermosa Beach in order to be eligible. The deadline for applications is Wednesday, February 12th at 6 p.m. Applications are available on the city's website, and all completed applications should be submitted to the City Clerk's Office at cityclerk@hermosabeach.gov by the February 12th deadline. Finally, I'd like to let the community know that the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, known as LAHSA, announced they are postponing the 2025 Greater Los Angeles homeless count for at least 30 days. This decision was made in response to the ongoing wildfire crisis impacting Los Angeles County. LAHSA currently anticipates a 30-day postponement and is working closely with its partners to monitor the situation and finalize an appropriate date to reschedule the count. Further information and updates will be provided as they become available. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Jim Fasola to provide his update as the city's delegate to the Los Angeles County Vector Control and Vector-Borne Disease Control District Board of Trustees. Mr. Fasola's last update to council was on May 28, 2024, and we appreciate that he's able to attend in person this evening to provide another update. Jim,
Thank
welcome.
you, Suja. Good evening, council members and mayor. I've reported to all of you, I think except Mr. Keegan. And so just a brief overview. I'm one of the trustees of the western part of Los Angeles County Vector Control District. There's several vector control districts in Los Angeles. There's one in Greater Los Angeles, we're West Los Angeles. There's one in the San Gabriel Valley, a different one in Long Beach, another one in Pasadena. So there's a few. And every city within our district, which goes from about Long Beach up to Malibu, can have a representative, a trustee. And there's about 20 of us on the board right now. So we monitor the finances and a few parts of the operations of the district. The district is funded with a surcharge on parcels in the property. You get it with your property tax bill, and it's about $15 per parcel. There's a couple things. Usually it's pretty dry work, but there are a couple things that happened. One is that the fee actually went down this year from last year because whatever the expenses were not as high as we thought. So I'd never known a fee to actually drop it, but it went from about $20 down to about $15. Those aren't the exact numbers, but I was surprised to hear that. So we were all trying to figure out what happened there. What the vector districts what they do is, a vector is a insect-borne disease, basically. And so there are districts all over the country. And what we have here in Southern California, we have ticks, which carry Lyme disease, and we don't really have those in Hermosa Beach. We've got fire ants and Africanized bees, which is a mix between a European honeybee and African killer bee. And we have those here. Those don't actually carry diseases, but they're thrown into our control because we're set up to control insects. But basically, in Hermosa Beach, what we really are concerned with are mosquitoes. Now, I know this is going to sound like this guy said this before just a few months ago, but there's basically two types of mosquitoes we have here in Hermosa Beach and Los Angeles in general. We have our native mosquito, which is the Culex mosquito, which are pretty big, and they're good flyers, which is bad, and but they bite in the evening and they bite in the early morning, so at twilight. They're generally a nuisance and not a disease concern. They do carry West Nile virus, and there's actually somebody that died in Manhattan Beach a few years ago, from West Nile virus contracted through a mosquito. But that is very rare. They also carry encephalitis, which is extremely rare in our part of the world. But about 11 years ago, a new invasive species, actually two, have been introduced that got out in Los Angeles area, and they're the Aedes mosquito, Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus, I think it's called. And they're very small mosquitoes. They don't fly very well, but they are almost impossible to stop them from breeding. And anywhere they have gone, in Europe, in the southeast United States, anywhere in California, they have never been stopped. So they are here forever. They bite all day long and all night long. Their eggs are almost impossible to kill. You can't kill them by draining the water. They stay dry, and as soon as they get wet, a year or two later, they come back. And they can carry Zika, which was in the news a few years ago. That got real bad in Brazil. There's a disease called chikungunya, which we haven't gotten here. And of all things, they carry dengue fever, which dengue fever is a tropical disease, and we don't have it in the United States. And a few years ago, I was talking to the director of the district and said, well, what are the chances that any of these tropical diseases get established? And he said, oh, they won't. I said, well, how do you know they won't? I said, well, they just don't, because you need to get enough people that have it that they get transferred from person to person through the mosquito. Well, now we've got dengue fever, and up till 2022, it had never been in California, as far as we can tell. In 2023, there were 4 cases, and last year there were 19 cases in California, 15 of which were in LA. So, believe it or not, we now have dengue fever in Los Angeles, and that is probably the future. Kind of weird. I didn't think I'd be saying that, and none of us did a few years ago. But that is that's our local mosquito now. So hopefully that never becomes a real issue, but it is an issue. I have, in the past, I've suggested things that I think from a technical level that we can do to reduce mosquito breeding, but I think I said that before, and I'm open to questions. That concludes my report, and now I'm open to questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for that report. I appreciate it. As far as the dengue fever is concerned, what are the basic symptoms? And is it death? Is it real serious, or is there a cure for it, and so on?
Now, I don't know that. It's normally it's not fatal, but I think it can be. It's for some people, for most people, they don't even know they have it.
Oh.
So, but if you get it, I think it's joint aches. It's bad. It's worse than the flu. It's something that I don't know. I should say I don't know, but I think it's a lot like malaria.
Oh, interesting. Well, since it has the word fever in it, I'm assuming a fever comes with it, and high body temperature, and then body aches, and so on. On the other mosquitoes, you say you can't kill the eggs. Is there, if you drain the water, the eggs go dormant, and then when it gets wet, they wake up again. Is there anything you can put where there may have been water so that when they're born, you can kill them at that point? In other words, what's the fix for that, except for just let them be born and then just let them die?
Now you're getting into a technical area where I'd be taking a guess, but you did bring that up before, and I got you the answer, and I can't remember what it is. But you had to scrape it out and send it through the sewer system, down a sink. You can't just. Let's say you had a outdoor potted plant with a dish on the bottom, and you suspected it had eggs in it. You'd probably never know, but let's say there were a few larvae hatched and moving around, and you thought they were eggs. If you just dump it out, then the eggs could hatch again the next time it rains. So you'd want to put them down let's say the kitchen sink, where they would go through the sanitary sewer system, and they'd be killed. So
you can't like pour witch hazel or something on them. There's no household cure to kill them.
Well, I suppose something like bleach would kill them. It kills almost everything. But
okay. I remember asking the question, but I apologize. I'm old and I can't remember the answer.
And I'm old and I can't remember the answer either.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, just because you asked, and we don't often see this here, but because Jim mentioned that it has been detected. So you wouldn't miss if you had dengue fever. You have a high fever, as you suggested. It's very painful. You can have a rash along with lots of other very unpleasant symptoms. It's rarely fatal, as Jim mentioned. There is a second type called hemorrhagic dengue fever, which is more dangerous and more painful. So that's why often when we travel to places that have susceptibility to that, we're required to take precaution and everything. So it is quite concerning, but rare here.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, do we have a police chief update next, or?
You mean the city manager, so that's
City
okay.
manager.
Rihanna can be the city manager today. I would not mind. Or any day, I wouldn't mind. We do have a update from our Public Works Director, Joe San Clemente.
There we go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pleased to be here to give an update. It's been definitely a very busy holiday season. Lots gone on in Public Works since our last meeting in November. I would like to start off tonight with an update on a major utility project that Public Works is working on with the LA County Sanitation District. Next. Okay. We've been actively working with LA County Sanitation District as part of their regular inspections of their sanitary sewer lines through the city. And this is the county system, not the city system, but it does run through the city. They did identify a number of emergency and high priority repairs to their sewer lines. Back in December, we worked with them to do emergency night work on Bayview Drive at 4th Street, where they had to do point repair, where there was a collapsed section of the sewer line. So we worked with them quickly to get that piece taken care of. But the next urgent section, which is now underway, is on Bayview Drive from 4th to 10th Street, where they have an emergency lining to put in place to maintain the integrity of that pipe to ensure that it's working. There are a number of other locations that Public Works is working on with them that we will be coming back with some additional updates, as there are some scattered locations through the city, and we're working to coordinate it with other projects that are coming through the CIP. Next. To start off with this main project, which actually started construction yesterday, this is to address the emergency sewer lining of the LA County Sanitation District pipe on Monterey, actually on Bayview Drive from 4th to 10th Street. In order to do this work, they have to insert the liner through the access hole. They don't need to do excessive excavation, which is the good news. However, the challenge is to insert this liner, they have to create a bypass line so that we can maintain sewer flow throughout. So the bypass line, which began construction yesterday, is being routed on Monterey Boulevard from 4th to 10th Street. This bypass line will largely be above grade and along the center line of the roadway. We are trying to drop it below grade at 4th and 6th Street. In the 10th Street, there will be some underground sections. So folks that live on Monterey Boulevard will be restricted to right in, right out at their driveways. Turns will be accommodated at 4th and 6th Street and 10th. Actually, take it back, the right only at 4th Street, 6th and 10th will maintain turning access, but this will be visually apparent and will result in some inconvenience for folks that live on that roadway. They will require the use of generators, which will be positioned at Monterey and 4th Street, so there will be some noise. We did work with them on the noise levels. We don't expect excessive noise. It would be generally consistent with about ambient noise in an office building. We don't anticipate any disruptions to sewer service for those that live on Bayview or Monterey. All the local sewer laterals are tied into the city system. Once again, this carries effluent out of the city system and other cities that are collected down in Gerondo. We do expect there will be some noise and smells as a result, especially during the lining work. Once again, the bypass gets set up this week to set up the work that's going to begin the following week. There'll be no work on the holiday on the 20th, and we do expect that this is going to continue through at least February 14th. So we're looking at about a 5-week overall duration based on the information that we have right now. So additional information to come, and we'll be working closely with the sanitation district throughout the construction process. In order to minimize some of the impacts to the neighborhood, there will be a loss of about 19 on-street spaces on Monterey. We will be relaxing the enforcement of street sweeping restrictions on Monterey and as well as the cross streets on 6th, 8th, and 10th from Loma to Manhattan to try to help free up some of that on-street parking because this will be impactful. Next. Also on Bayview Drive, we've been working closely with Cal Water on their water main replacement project. They have now completed the complete installation of the water main itself. However, now they're doing all the tie-ins for the lateral connections to the building. 2nd to 4th Street is complete. They're working their way north. So over the next couple weeks, they'll be going from 4th to 8th Street. We are working closely with both Cal Water and the sanitation district to coordinate all this work because the work zones do overlap. Currently, we are in talks with both parties about when Cal Water is going to complete their restoration work on Bayview Drive. At this time, it appears that it's likely going to be, there's a chance that they might be able to do 2nd to 4th Street in the coming weeks, whereas the remainder of it or all the pavement restoration would happen at the conclusion of the LA County Sanitation District's work so that the crews aren't on top of each other and they can perform that work correctly at the end. Next. Moving on to some operations and maintenance activities from the Public Works Division to highlight just a few things that we've been doing over the last couple months. Back in December, we replaced 2 of the sunshades at the playground. Next. We're also currently in process of the annual reseeding process. This is currently on the left is the community center that will be ongoing through early March. And Clark Field is ongoing as well, which will be through mid of February. Next. Over the last couple of months, we did do some repainting of our buildings as part of regular maintenance activities. Our community services building on Valley Drive near Clark Field, exterior repainting. I will note that this building is currently unoccupied following the fire. Engineering is currently working on potential upgrades to the electric panel before that building can become reoccupied. So right now, we're just doing exterior maintenance, and we're working on trying to restore the usability of that building for our police department. Next. And we also did complete an exterior painting of City Hall that started at the end of November, is largely completed. There's a few touch-up items on the exterior paint, so we're nearly complete with that effort. Next. I want to give an update on the trees on Loma at 10th. At the City Council meeting back in August, there were several residents that came forward to speak about 3 parkway trees that were removed without any permits or approval by the city. If trees are removed without a permit, per the municipal code, whoever removes them is responsible for the full replacement costs of those trees. We have been working with the resident that did remove them. On December 19th, the city installed 3 new trees, same species. We went with a more mature variety, and they're roughly in the same location where they were, except for one that we pulled slightly away from the 10th Street intersection. And we will be working with the resident to cut that down on collecting the full cost that went into replanting these trees. Next. On the same day, right down the street, I just want to know we planted a few more trees off of Loma at the entrance to Clark Field. Just wanted to highlight a few more trees that went in that same day. Next. And moving into CIP updates, starting off with the Clark Building renovation, we're currently about 46% complete. We remain on track with the overall April schedule for opening. We have a number of activities that are completed, including the SCE undergrounding and a lot of the exterior work and some of the underground plumbing work, to name a few. On the right-hand side, you can see the rear concrete and ramp work that's going to provide a new accessible entrance to the lawn bowling facility as well as the Clark Building. And we're continuing to do some work on the front of the building. Next slide. Shows some additional photos of some of the work inside, the underground plumbing. The photo in the middle is actually the kitchen, which actually finally has a floor intact. You remember the old photos, this was down to dirt before we started work. And we've completed all the interior framing and the furring out of the walls inside the building. Next. There's a number of other ongoing things that we've shifted into, including the HVAC and some of the other work at the front of the building, as well as some other, all the interior work. So work is active and we're moving forward. Next. CIP 421, we have a major citywide sewer improvement project. Once again, this is unrelated to the county sanitation work that I mentioned earlier. This is throughout the city. We're currently focused on sewer line relocation replacement on 10th and 11th Street and 11th Place. This is full replacement of those lines, and then we'll be working on the service connections before we get into pavement restoration and moving on to another location in the city. But this is currently where that contractor is focusing their effort for that larger scope of work. Next. We're about 15% complete and overall looking to wrap that project up by about April. Next. Our Greenbelt project, we opened up the first phase of construction, the southern half. The whole project is 8th Street to Pier Avenue. Currently, you can walk on the new DG path from 8th to 11th. If you go out there now, you'll see that there is some fencing that's up. Our contractor hydro seeded, and so the fencing will remain until the grass is established after the hydro seeding. You can see the new gym equipment, several new trees that were planted, and all the plantings down near 8th Street. We've now flipped between 11th Street and Pier Avenue. Contractors well underway of laying the base and the DG material at that location. And we're looking to hopefully have things wrapped up in the next couple weeks for the whole overall project. Moving on to the next slide. Once we have the path established, they will move into some of the peripheral concrete work that may bring them back down to the 8th Street location, as well as the striping and the new crosswalk enhancements between the Clark Building and the Greenbelt. But once again, targeting the end of the month or early February for project completion. Next. Over the Thanksgiving break, we took advantage of schools being out we started and completed all the construction work for our CDBG sidewalk project. This is on Valley Drive. There was a handful of ramps, as well as sidewalk panels on Monterey. They did all the construction work the week of Thanksgiving break, and they completed all the striping the following week and a half following that. So construction is done on that project, and now we're just in closeout. Next. On Tuesday, we will be initiating phase 1 of CIP 112. This is the sidewalk improvement project. We've spun off a couple higher priority segments for replacement. On the left, 24th Street at Palm Drive, we've received a number of complaints over the years about sidewalk conditions. We have a non-compliant ramp and 2 large trees that have caused significant uplift. We had a public hearing at Public Works Commission several months ago for the removal of those trees. The trees would be removed. We are looking at some on-site replacement, as well as replacement of all those panels and installation of a new curb ramp at that corner of Palm Drive. On the right-hand side, there's a segment of sidewalk that will be completely replaced south of PCH in front of that first 1 or 2 parcels. As you can see, there's a significant amount of parkway that's open. This is all going to get rebuilt, and the sidewalk will extend out to the curb line. Next. Finally, I want to highlight, we have a number of projects in construction, and there's a substantial amount of construction work coming. Later on tonight, councils can consider a contract award for our storm drain improvement project at Bard. We'll talk about that later in the evening. But the next 4 projects are fairly substantial. We are working diligently to advance these projects and work on the communication plan to outreach to the community and minimize impacts as we get out there. The big one that is bid opening is tomorrow is a very large annual paving project. Some of the key roads, and we will have additional outreach on this, are Pier Avenue and Valley Drive, which we are hoping to work on starting construction by early April with the goal of getting out of some of the very busier downtown areas by the Memorial Day holiday. This would also include Lot A. The first step that we need to do is get a contractor on board. We're hopeful that we'll get good bids tomorrow with the hope of awarding all 4 of the following contracts either in February or March, with start of construction, all these potentially March, April, or May. We're doing what we can to stagger and minimize the impacts, but once again, they'll all remain high priority projects, including parking lot structure C, structural repairs. We brought in different contractors to work on the abatement and refurbishment of the elevator, and the structural repair bids are due on February 12th. In the Kelly Courts project right near Clark Field, which includes complete refurbishment of our pickleball, basketball, and tennis courts, those bids are due on the 23rd, and also due on the 23rd is the South Park slope and irrigation repair project. So a lot more updates to come, and we're looking forward to receiving an opening and reviewing the bids over the next couple of weeks. So with that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of St. Clair? Yes.
Thank you for all the work for your crews, Joe. The sewer replacement, I forget the exact streets, but just south of Aviation, those 3 blocks, are they going to get the full pavement restoration, or is it just going to be where that trench was?
Is this the city sewer project or
Yes.
the sanitation district?
Yes, city.
The city project will only restore where the trench is, so it'll likely be about a travel lane's width. And then if there's any lateral connections, we'll also do those restorations. So some restoration, but not full curb to curb.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had a question. I'm sorry. Joe, thank you so much for your work on the ADA trail. I noticed you said we're in phase 2 now. My question was, on phase 2, sorry, I have a little, on phase 2, when's the projected finish date is end of January, beginning of February?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That would be for the overall project.
Okay. And what point are they at now? Have they put down the DG and are compacting it now, or are they still grading, or where are they with the face?
So they laid out all the headers for the path on the northern side. They were putting the base material in towards the end of last week. I don't know if the DG material arrived yet. I don't have the most current up to date on that. But for the most part, there's also irrigation work that they're working on and some of the plantings and some of the tree work that still has to follow. And then one of the final steps that they're going to do is the striping and all the concrete work.
Okay. So they're going to do the same edge treatment that they did in phase one?
That's correct.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Looks great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next we have,
All right, thank you. Next, we have Chief Paul LeBaron to provide us with a police chief update.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Francois, Mayor Pro Tem Seaman. Welcome, Councilmember Keegan, and members of City Council. Tonight, my update is going to focus on some excellent work done by our officers, an overview of the work being done by our officers to support the efforts in the recent fires, and I also want to address some social media conversations that were directed towards our community services officers over the last couple days. I want to start by summarizing some of the work being done since my last update. Over the holidays, our police department employees were hard at work. They're keeping the city safe from the seasonal crime trends. We analyzed the data that was provided by Jeanette, who was up here earlier. And based on the research data, our officers conducted traffic operations shortly after the Christmas holidays. That included social media campaigns with educational posts regarding the safe use of e-bikes and what e-bikes should be purchased and can be purchased for street legal riding. We then did a traffic operation, which took place shortly after Christmas, focused on citywide enforcement, emphasizing the safe operation of e-bikes. Additionally, over the holidays, because we know it's a time where people like to celebrate and sometimes irresponsibly, we have deployed officers under our Office of Traffic Safety grant that targets DUIs. From December 1st until today, our officers made 19 arrests for DUI on drivers in our city, ultimately preventing numerous traffic collisions that would have otherwise been possible if those drivers were not stopped. And that's something that we see as a very, very important item to put our efforts on during the holiday season. Our special events team and our intelligence unit worked hard during the New Year's holiday to ensure that the city remained safe. Our officers were out in force to wish many visitors to our city a happy new year and ensure that everyone celebrated safely and responsibly. I was out there with members of the command staff, and I personally met a family from Austria who were loving the warm weather we had at midnight in downtown Pier Plaza. Don't understand that, but they said they came here because it was warmer than where they were. Our officers continue to be proactive on their day-to-day patrols. They're yielding results that make a big difference in the quality of life of everyone in the city. On December 30th of last year, Officer Ryan McBride, who's one of our field training officers and patrol officers, was patrolling the shopping center at PCH and Aviation. He noticed, and I point this out because it's just such good police work. He noticed a person coming out of a retail store that had a shopping basket full of items, and they were all in personal tote bags, not in the bags that would indicate a purchase from a store. So he contacted this person in question. He also noted that the person was wearing a T-shirt that still had store stickers on it. Clue number 2. After a brief investigation, the officer determined that the suspect had entered the store, filled the tote bags full of items, put on a T-shirt inside the store, and walked out without paying for any of the items. In total, there were over 100 items taken from the store. The suspect admitted to the theft, was arrested, and our city prosecutor has filed theft charges, and that suspect's awaiting trial. Next, I want to share an update with our community. I've been asked by many of our residents whether the police department here in Hermosa Beach is helping with the fire response. The answer is absolutely yes. In fact, our officers, our supervisors have been working around the clock to support these efforts. We're part of the Area G Mutual Aid Response Network, and our area has been tasked with sending support since the fires began. Officers from the Hermosa Beach Police Department have stepped up to work these assignments, along with their regular shifts in the city to ensure we're not lacking coverage here as well. So from January 8th until now, as I continue to speak, the following officers have responded to the fire zones to serve in the following missions. On January 8th, officers Nicole Perez and Kevin Jones worked a 16-hour shift where they conducted looter suppression and evacuation security to firefighters at the Eaton Fire. On January 9th, Detective Luis Pineda, officers Mark Smuts, Marcos Juarez, and Sergeant Guy Dove worked a 17-hour shift where they conducted set security at the Pasadena Convention Center, which was being used to store donations and provide shelter for the homeless and multiple families who were displaced as a result of the Eaton fire. On January 11th, officers Enrique Claudio, Mark Smuts, along with detectives Nico DeGeneva and Ivan Reyes, worked a 16-and-a-half-hour shift. Like the previous shift, their mission was to conduct security for the Red Cross, who were aiding people inside the Pasadena Convention Center. This group of officers worked all night, and they were relieved the next day by officers Keaton Dadigan, Josh Nakamoto, Mark Chafee, and Detective Luis Pineda. They worked a 12-hour shift, and they were assigned to conduct burglary suppression in the hillside area west of Altadena. They were relieved by officers Nicole Perez, Mark Smuts, Keone Akiona, and Sergeant Brent Zuber, who worked a 12-hour shift at the Eaton Fire Command Post, conducting high-visibility burglary suppression in the northern Linda Vista corridor of Pasadena. We remain on standby, and we expect more of our officers will be deployed as requests come in. Our community can be very proud of the team as they postpone their personal lives and their own plans they had to respond to the needs of our community. I want to thank the officers, our supervisors, and in particular their family members who stepped up and carried on additional responsibilities in their own households while their spouses, significant others, or head of household had to leave to respond to this call for help. And finally, I want to take a moment to address some social media chatter that's been raising community questions and caused a significant workload for us over the last couple of days. And it's made our ability to focus on our mission of safety during this time of need very difficult. A recent social media post alleged that one of our community services officers issued a parking citation to a vehicle that was parked in our city after being evacuated from the fire zone. The post indicated that the citation had already been paid, and the author criticized the city as, quote, lacking common sense. As you can see from our recent deployment to the fire zone, our police department has spent many, many hours working to support the fire victims, and we are doing all that we can to help those in need. After a 2-day investigation, the allegations levied against our community services officers turned out to be completely false. And in fact, the opposite of what was alleged actually took place. Our CSOs did not issue a citation. They did issue a written warning that did not include a fine. And then they contacted the owner of the car in question, helped that owner find a safe and legal place to park here in the city until accommodations could be made through other proper city channels. I would refer you to our social media page for any clarification on the misleading statements that were made in this case. But more importantly, I feel an obligation to address what was said by the author of this post in the subsequent debate that took place online over the legitimacy of this post. A commenter challenged the author's opinion and said, and I quote, "The parking enforcement have a job to do, period. When I get parking tickets, I just go pay them. I don't post to social media," end quote. The author of this post then responded, quote, "The guys at Auschwitz had a job to do, doesn't mean it was right," end quote. This choice of words is absolutely unacceptable and cannot be tolerated by our community. As the Chief of Police in the city of Hermosa Beach, I'm committed to serving all members of our community. That includes those who have been personally impacted by the Holocaust. I have served with honor as an adjunct staff member at the Simon Wiesenthal Museum of Tolerance for over 20 years now. And during that time, I have been privileged to hear numerous survivors of the Holocaust recount their personal experiences of crimes committed by the Nazi regime. I've met with religious leaders throughout our city and in the South Bay and recognized the discrimination and lies or bias that steeps into our community. The actions of a few impact the lives, the psyche, and the safety of many who are still living with the horrors of the Holocaust. The Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp was a place where historians estimate that 1.1 million people were murdered during less than 5-year span. The majority of those 1 million people, or the majority of those people, about 1 million, were Jews. Any language that evokes comparisons between modern-day law enforcement and the inhuman acts that took place under the Nazi regime is unacceptable. We emphatically condemn such language, and I want to make clear that it has no productive place in our community or any place in the world. The Hermosa Beach Police Department will continue to provide the best possible service to every member of our community. Our officers receive training at the Museum of Tolerance, and one of the things that they are challenged to consider as they are trained there is how do they live in accordance with their core values, and when should they speak up. I wanted to end by just sharing a poem poem that's written by Pastor Martin Niemöller, who was a Lutheran minister and early supporter of the Nazis, later imprisoned for his own beliefs, and this is something that's shared with all of our officers. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. The police department is dedicated to serving our community with compassion and integrity. We will continue to do so, and we thank many people who have stepped up and volunteered their time, their resources, and their support to public safety and the victims of the fires. We need to do so. The need to do so continues, and we ask that the community look for opportunities to do good, serve others, and be selfless in this time of need. Mayor Francois, that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you or council may have.
Thank you very much, and thank you for everything you do to keep our community safe. Any council members on my left have any questions for the chief? On the right? Okay, thank you. And Madam City Manager, I have one question regarding your report. The St. Patty's Day Parade is still scheduled, I believe, for March 15th. But as I understand, maybe there's some problems with financing or getting enough sponsors, and the application hasn't been paid for yet. I was wondering if you could just make a few comments about what we're doing and progressing to ensure this happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Francois. Staff from Community Resources is working with the chamber that produces the St. Patrick's Day Parade. They are working on figuring out how to comply with the protective barriers that the city requires so that the community can be safe, attendees as well as the general community, when we have a parade where streets are closed down. So right now, it is an expensive requirement. However, we are not able to compromise community safety. And so that is why the requirement was shared with all event producers about 3 years ago. We've spent about 3 years working with event producers to ensure that they have the opportunity to work out how they can incorporate these barriers into any event that requires a street closure. So this is about the third year, and they are working it out. And my understanding is that they plan on doing the event. However, it hasn't been finalized.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other?
Mr. Mayor?
To my left have some questions. Yes.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. And may I have a follow-up question? So essentially, basically what you said was is they're working on it and that we're planning on having it, but it's not certain. Would it be necessary for us or advisable for us as a council to have an emergency meeting, because March 17th is around the corner, to discuss possibilities, I mean, to help that along? Or I'm just putting this out there because if we just go, oh, well, that's great, and then we find out in a couple of weeks or a month that we can't do that because the money isn't there or the provisions to have the barriers in place isn't coming to fruition, then it's kind of too late for us to do something about it. So is there any, I mean, can we pin that down any better, or would it, do you think it would be necessary for us to perhaps have a call for an emergency meeting, which would be later in the meeting when we have future agenda items, I think?
So council has a second meeting in January, so you have that opportunity if you wish to provide direction through a future agenda item. I will share that we've gone back with the chamber to ask if they have reached out to any sources of community grants. For instance, we have several community partners that are always interested in supporting events in the city as they are in their other service area cities, and I'll list a few. Cal Water, for instance, has come through on different community partnerships. Southern California Edison, Supervisor Mitchell's office. So we're hoping that they reach out to these agencies to seek grants to help finance the barriers. To your question specifically, if council would like to have the discussion and discuss options and make recommendations, you would have the opportunity to do so in the second meeting. I don't believe you need to have a special meeting as a result.
Okay, so that would come under future agenda items, and we could propose that, and if there's enough support, have that actually be an action item. So in the second meeting in January, and there'd be time in that meeting.
Yes.
The agenda's not pressing, not full.
There's
There'd be an
always
opportunity.
room. There's always room. And staff reports are due, the draft staff reports are due into our queue Thursday. So the cycle is very quick after the first meeting, but if there was instruction through a future agenda item at the end of this meeting, we could get that on.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything? I mean, I just want to add that I've discussed this situation with the parade with, I mean, I'm getting an indication that it looks like it's going to be able to work out. They're coming up with innovative ways to do these closures in a less costly way, and I'm not sure we would need a future agenda, but you'd have the ability to put it on in any event if something was going downhill in the next few weeks without us requesting it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. And next on our agenda, what do we have next, Madam City Clerk?
Item 9, public comment. This is the time for members of the public to address the City Council on items on and not on the agenda, but within the council's jurisdiction. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes and will be taken in person only. A total of 30 minutes will be allocated for this comment period. As a reminder, another public comment period at the end of this meeting is reserved for those whose comments could not be heard during the first public comment opportunity. And if you address the City Council on a municipal matter item, you will not be able to address the council on the same item when it is heard at a later part of the meeting. First, we have Rick.
Thank you. How many cards do we have submitted this evening?
We have 5.
5 cards, okay. Just want to remind everyone to try to keep their comments to City Council business, and thank you very much.
Thank you. First off, I'm having a little bit of a deja vu moment. Welcome back, Mike. Nice to see you up there again. The reason I'm here is actually you guys what you just went over. Almost 30 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be with about 10 or 12 other people at where Barnacles is now, and as Fat Face Fenners. And we were the people that did the strategic planning for the first parade. And since then, I've been involved with every single parade here in Hermosa Beach. I've been fortunate enough to be the announcer at 26 of them, which gives me a unique perspective and something that I wanted to share with you. When you're not up on the stage where I am, when you're down on the street, you know, it's a lot of fun. It's our local parade. There's nothing for sale. It's not commercialized. It's for the people of Hermosa Beach. It's a local event. And from where I am up there announcing the parade, I see the hundreds and hundreds of youngsters, Little League, the girls that practice all year to do the Irish jig, the Cub Scouts. It just goes on and on. It's like an endless line of hundreds of people that are in that parade, enjoying themselves. Many of them practice all year to perform in that parade. Well, these 8-year-old girls, that's a highlight of their entire year. Okay? This is something that's important. So I am begging you, if there's anything that our city can do to see that this comes to fruition, please, please, whatever it takes, please see to it that we have our parade. We're 60 days away, tick-tock. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trent Larson.
Trent Larson. I'm praying for California. I'm weeping for California. My heart is breaking. And I'm going to bring this to Hermosa, and I'm going to put it back to you guys. But what we saw, and by the way, Suja, we need you here. We need your leadership. You have shown great leadership since you've been here, with the police chief, with the council, with getting stuff done, and I would very much like for you to stay. And what we saw was a complete lack of political leadership in preparing California and doing the things that are necessary and required. And that's why we're in the situation that we're in, because we did not do it. We let ourselves be consumed by things that really don't matter when you get down to it. And that's why I always say visible, usable betterment to the council. I always say that. And the paving of the streets and the sewers and the securing the homeless is all things that we can do to make this city better. And the more that the city council can focus on the job of governance, the better. So I like what I'm seeing. I have said this time and time again, that you guys are doing a better job. Joe's up here presenting what's been being done, the Clark being fixed. Bonnie Bray, Councilman Keegan, was in your flyer when you were running for council as to be repaired. I expect Bonnie Bray to be repaired, not just because I live on Bonnie Bray, but because in your advertisement and everybody around my neighborhood saw it, and it needs it. So street repairs are super important. Tree removal is super important. By the way, you shouldn't plant big trees right next to people's houses. Take a lesson from what we just saw, okay? They can catch fire. And we're not out of the woods yet. So get it done. I'm praying for California, and I just want you to do as best you can.
Thank you. Who do we have next, Madam City Clerk?
We have Angelica.
Welcome, Angie.
Thank you so much for allowing the public to comment. I'm here today for two reasons. First of all, because there's a lot of people that have been very heavily dealt with hurt due to the fires. Many are looking for where to stay and how and why. We have people here that might want to have them rent from them, so to speak. Now, we've got these rules where it's 30 days or more rather than 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, that kind of thing. But if you had a proviso for folks that have been compromised and don't have a place to stay, perhaps we should consider allowing them to do a bed and bath, be it a day, be it 3 or 4, whatever, for 6 months, to give them a place to go, a nice city like ours, while they're trying to get all of that horrible stuff that's gone on with their properties, et cetera, in order. So I just put that in front of you as a consideration. I know you can't vote on that right now. And then the other thing is that on various occasions, when we were talking about the parks as part of the updated plan for the next 45 years or something like that, and I always came back to saying we need to use our big park to have some areas that when it rains, they are used for future use. And I think it's a very important thing because exactly not having the water, not having it allocated through all of the different ways it can be distributed, from water that is coming directly from the sky, not being bought by Colorado, we should consider that. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's called like a retainer. It's very large, and it has to be built, but built in a way that it can siphon off to various places for water. And I would highly recommend that this is for a small city like ours. We could save ourselves for having water on hand that's not coming from elsewhere, and that we should help those other folks. If you see it in your hearts, and they can then check their bank accounts and see when they can get out of that whole disaster scene. But you always all do a great job, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next we have Ms. Katz. Gila Katz. There next. There we are. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here because I had a conversation earlier today with Chief LeBaron, and he suggested he'd like for me to come and speak to all of you. I'm here because of the emergency that we have with all our friends and neighbors because of the winds and the fires. And I speak to you as a a Red Cross disaster chaplain, which is why I'm wearing my pin. I have been to great disasters. I've been down to Ground Zero. I've been at Katrina, so I understand what disasters and emergencies are all about. I think it's time that we resurrect the Emergency Preparedness Commission here in the city, that we need to look at how we treat emergencies here. And we also have to look at the infrastructure of the city. We are doing a lot of building of new homes. What are we doing about the water supplies underneath the ground that will be affected by that? Mike DeToy knows about what it's like not to have water at resources. So I think this is the time that we need to look at how the city prepares itself, not just downtown where we have issues from the sea, but all over. And we have to also resurrect the neighborhood watch group. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next card is Joe. Thank you.
Hello, Member Council, Joe Verbrugge, 1519 Bonnie Bray. I'm here representing the street of Bonnie Bray tonight. It's already been talked about once. My next door neighbor, Merrill, who's a long-term senior citizen of Hermosa Beach. He's been around for a long time. She approached a member, an employee of Hermosa Beach, and asked what she needed to do to get her street paved. And what she was told was to create a petition, get a signed petition, bring it down to the city council and the city manager. So what I have here, which I'll submit to you later, is a nice little letter she wrote to you all asking to have the street paved. She got over 20 people to sign this on our street, and it's not a very long street. It's a very small street. And then she asked me to bring it down here to hand to you. So that's what I'm doing. I'm bringing this down here. I've lived on the street for 30 years. It's never been paved. I think it got slurried in like the late 90s. It's not in great shape. Meryl walks on that street every day. I think it's her primary form of exercise. It's got potholes. It's uneven. It's a walking street. A lot of people walk on that street. Kids walk to school on that street. And so I'm down here as a formal plea, pay Bonnie Bray. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Chuck.
I'm going to, if I could, Dean, I'd like to follow Jim Rosenberg, if I could.
Okay, we'll take people that have not submitted cards when we take everyone with cards. Looks like Jim might be the last one.
I submitted a card.
Oh, okay.
He did.
Sure, you can change order. That's great. Beautiful.
Jim Rosenberger, longtime resident, Hermosa Beach, over 50 years. We made the news in the LA Times here on the 29th of last year, December. Wasn't good news, however. It kept talking about our strand and all the bikes and all the e-bikes and all the people that violate the area where we don't want them to be biking. And it generated letters from citizens. And the tone of the letters, let's see if I can read just a part of one of them. The problem is that there's no enforcement. On 1 or 2 weekends a year, when there's a special event, there will be a monitor who tells riders to walk their bikes, but I've seen most riders just keep pedaling. Second photo in your story shows people walking their bikes alongside someone who is ignoring the signs. Gee, what do you know? It caused me to go down to the city and say, hey, I really would like to know in the last 6 months, how many tickets have you issued? Well, I submitted it properly, and it took 10 days, or better than 10 days, for the city to get back to me on the number of tickets that they'd issued. And in a period of 6 months, they'd issued 19 tickets. let's see, 19 out of 180 days. That's about, I guess, I don't know how you'd want to figure that. 1 every 10 days or something like that. Anyway, 1% if you take the, they did it all on 2 days. 17 of them were issued on the 21st of August, which was a Wednesday, and 2 of them were issued on a Friday. Okay? That was not even when there's crowd on the beach. Saturdays and Sundays are days when you've got tourists here, when you've got an issue with people that don't know squat about Hermosa Beach and just kind of wander out onto the streets. That's really when you need enforcement. And it sounds like Wednesdays and Fridays seem to serve the police department. Public safety is public safety. It's not just something that is a word that's exercised. I just heard the police chief tell us that best possible service to every member of the community is our goal. And the police department is dedicated to serving the community. Well, here's something for you to do to serve the community. Keep an eye on it and limit. Oh, by the way, I should have titled this speech here, the 6 Stitches speech, because that's what I've got from being hit by a bicycle here on the 2nd of January. And he got back on his bike and took off. So you got an issue there, and every time I bring it up with anybody, they also have stories to tell. It's not just me.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to go to Chuck. Then we'll be back in order. Great. Good evening.
Gentlemen, congratulations, Michael. And Michael, just parenthetically, when I was on the council, weren't communications from the public the very first thing on the agenda? So that the public had a chance without having to wait for the manager's report? And it's been that way for 50 years. I don't know when it was changed, but my suggestion is that it be the very first thing on the agenda every meeting. I know it's belaborous, but it's important. I'm not here to talk about that, actually. I was here to support my friend Jim Rosenberger. I live in the Strand, have for 50 years. None of us anticipated the problems associated with e-bikes. But I can tell you from where I live, it is astounding the speeds that we now see on the Strand, the accidents I see in front of my house on the Strand. Every council has an opportunity to define themselves with a major or major issues. In my council, it was buying the railroad right-of-way. It was density control. I think this is one of the very few big problems we have in Hermosa Beach. We have a fabulous city, but we don't have control. We have lost control of the speeds of the bikes, particularly in the pedestrian-heavy Strand. And I would suggest, with great respect, that you put this on the agenda, that you ask staff to give you options, that you debate this and hear from the public, and that you decide after consideration what is the best way to take this issue and become the heroes of Hermosa Beach and maybe the great leaders of the South Bay. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next we have Joseph.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Joseph Levy. I am not a resident of the city of Hermosa Beach. I stand before you as a retired commander from the Long Beach Police Department, as a Jew, as a faculty member at the Simon Wiesenthal Center Museum of Tolerance. And I'm here to support the Hermosa Beach Police Department and Police Chief Paul LeBaron in response to his comments that were made on social media, making a nexus or connection between the community service officers of this fine police department and local law enforcement during that time in history. I think we're all familiar with what law enforcement's role was during that time in history. They participated in the roundups and the deportations. And I also find it appalling and unconscionable that a member of this community would make reference to a public safety professional at the Hermosa Beach Police Department making a connection that they were doing their job like local law enforcement was doing their job, following orders. So I applaud the police department and Chief LeBaron for taking that stand. Ironically, I just came from the Museum of Tolerance, where I spent 2 full days with 35 public safety professionals in a leadership program, and the common theme that we spent speaking to them about was the power of words. And that's what I think Chief LeBaron was talking about, the power of words, and taking a stand whenever you see, hear, or feel an injustice. And if Hermosa Beach, the city of Hermosa Beach is really committed to building a safe, respectful, inclusive community, I think it requires everyone to take a stand wherever hate, bigotry, and intolerance rears its face. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, are there any cards been turned in?
I do not have additional cards.
Okay, no more cards have been turned in. Is there anyone remaining in the audience that has not spoken that would like to speak under non-agenda items? Okay. Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Item 10, City Council member comments, updates from City Council ad hoc subcommittees and standing committee delegates, alternates.
Okay, I'd like to split this up into 10A and 10B, if we could. 10A, if any members have any questions regarding the comments that were made, and then we'll go to 10B with committee delegates and alternate updates. So first, yes, Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief LeBaron, Madam City Manager, I know the city and our law enforcement community, as well as our schools and others, have done a considerable amount of work with regard to e-bikes, traffic safety, as well as traffic safety overall. And I was wondering if you and or Chief can discuss all the efforts that we've taken and will continue to take to disabuse any notion that we are sitting on our hands doing nothing.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. We have Chief LeBaron that can come up and distill that information. I do want to encourage folks to reach out to the city staff when they may see a data point that they don't quite understand or a snapshot in time. Paul?
Thank you very much. I heard what was discussed, understood. We have enforced e-bikes across the entire city. And one of the things that I try and be consistent with in my messaging is that we go where the data shows us that the biggest concerns are. We have a limited police department staff. As I talked about in my report, during the holidays, our main focus is DUIs. We did not have anybody die as a result of a DUI, and we can attribute that to the fact that our officers were out there. When we are talking about e-bikes, we look at where the majority of accidents are happening, and we can only go off of the information we have, which are reported accidents. Pier and Valley, Pier and Ardmore, Pacific Coast Highway, that's where the accidents are happening. And that's where a lot of our enforcement efforts are centered, because we want to prevent the accidents that are actually happening where people are getting hurt. We've had people have died, fatal traffic accidents on Pacific Coast Highway. That's where we spend a lot of our time, because we want to prevent people from dying. That is not to minimize the concerns about what's going on the Strand, but the reference to the records request was very specific to a certain type of violation in a very certain area. We enforce violations on the entire Strand. We enforce violations on Pier Plaza, on Hermosa Avenue. Those violations may or may not include specific to e-bikes, The majority of the citations we write for other types of crimes tend to be taking place in Pier Plaza. So there is a lot of police presence and a lot of things being done. I will just say this, because it's been said before, and I know that this is going to be a conversation that goes throughout the year, something we take very seriously. But if the community expects the police department to enforce our way out of the e-bike problem, then they're going to be severely disappointed. We cannot do that. We will not do that. We will continue to enforce, but I have found that no matter how many citations we write, it's never enough. And I can just make reference to the fact in 2023 compared to 2024, we increased our citations citywide by almost 1,000 citations from 23 to 24. And now we are talking about the fact that the police department is not out there, they're not present, and they're not doing anything. We have dedicated more motor officers and traffic officers than we've had in previous years. We run operations, which were referenced, that are specific to data, times, and locations where the accidents and the concerns are happening, and we will continue to do that. So I could continue to talk about this, and the reality is that we heard what was said. We will address that. We recognize that their concerns are valid, and we will continue to do that. But we ask that when people talk about police enforcement, that they take a holistic view and recognize that just because we're not right where they're looking doesn't mean we're not out there doing that. And we absolutely are. And we can never measure what never happened based on the enforcement actions that we're doing.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. And then, any council members have any updates from ad hoc council standing committees and delegates? Anyone on my left? Okay. Anyone on my left? I attended the governing board of the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission on December 12, and also a December meeting for the LA County Sanitation District. And Madam City Clerk, what do we have next?
Next is item 11, the consent calendar.
Okay, consent calendar. We have pulled one item, 11P, to be considered the end of the meeting. Any other council members wishing to pull any items on the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor? If
Yes.
there's no one wishing to pull, I move that we approve the balance.
Okay, and a second?
Second, Mr.
Second
Mayor.
by Jackson. Okay. Madam City Clerk, you could begin the vote there. Okay, the results are on the screen. Could you please give us the results there? Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Thank you. And next we have,
We have municipal matters 13G, now 13A. It's the discussion and possible city options in response to January 2025 Los Angeles area fires added pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B1.
okay, thank you very much, Madam City Manager. Thank you very much for adding this to the agenda. I think it's a very important thing, and the community's well interested in this subject, and that's why we moved it up to the top here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, as our emergency management coordinator makes his way up to the podium to make a staff presentation, I did want to just share that this update is a follow-up to an update we had provided the council previously, immediately after the fire started, to inform the council on what the different departments were doing to keep the staff safe, to ensure that we were keeping the community safe, as well as doing what we can to assist those in need. You heard from Chief LeBaron the efforts of the police department to serve in, bless you, to serve in a mutual aid capacity throughout the county and other areas where there have been fires. And so that is something that we continue to do. We'll have Mo present the update on the information in the staff report, and upon concluding his update, what I will do is share some thoughts from the staff perspective on any items council may wish to consider if it is your desire to do so to enhance any actions that we are taking. Mo?
Good evening.
afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, member of City Council. Today we're gonna, as Susan mentioned, we're gonna discuss some of the options and what we went through. We're gonna start off with a background of what happened, how the city responded, how we help residents, how we talk to residents, and our local partners. So, background. On January 7th, January 7, 2025, multiple wildfires, including the Palisades, Eden, and Hearst fires, ignited across Los Angeles, California, fueled by strong Santa Ana winds, exceptionally dry conditions, and low humidity. These fires rapidly spread, causing evacuations, intense property damage, and tragic loss of life. As of January 13, 2025, more than 40 acres have burned and 12,000 structures have been destroyed. This remains a challenge due to rigorous terrain and persistent winds. The air quality in Hermosa Beach have been effectively affected since January 8, 2025 due to wind-driven ash and particle matter. So for communication and coordination, city staff convenes regularly to talk about fire impacts, disseminate updates, and adapt to local strategies. Regional collaboration, we have maintained continuous contact with our Area Emergency Coordinator, Los Angeles County Fire Department, and regional partners to align on regional efforts. Yes, I like this a lot. Air quality, so for staff precautions and public safety, HVAC systems in all of the city facilities were shut down to prevent circulation of outdoor pollutions. Staff working indoors were not required to wear N95 masks. However, masks were readily available for all departments. Now for outdoor, staff and contractors limited to outdoor work, K95 masks were distributed. These masks was usage for, if necessary, if they had to go outdoors, and with the guidance to replace them every 2 hours. Health monitoring. Staff was instructed if they had any respiratory symptoms, report it immediately. So, next slide. Thank you. So before this happened, the city has already been in contact with our local fire department and our fire county department who helped run our CERT team. So we are revitalizing the CERT team, and trainings will be starting as of June 2025. Next slide. Community alerts and updates. So we send timely updates regarding air quality and staff and safety measures through the Alert South Bay, the city website, and social media platforms. Next. Back one slide. The next slide. Okay.
There we are.
We will go from here. So, an update of what the city has been doing. So this is going to be for city departments. For the city manager's office, protocols and plans are already in place, preparing the city, making sure we're well equipped to respond effectively to a wide range of potential emergencies. Collaborated with and sent communications with the communication team so we can send alerts out to residents, such as air quality concerns, one went out today, and other recommended precautions. Maintaining contact with the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Station 100, and the Battalion 18, ensuring readiness for local emergencies. For Los Angeles County Fire, even though our firefighters did assist with mutual aid in going out, Station 100 remained fully staffed the entire time. So even though they were assisting, Station 100 still remains fully staffed. For our Admin Services Department, they disseminated guidance and safety protocols and precautions to our staff. The city clerk's office answered a high volume of calls that the city received on the phone line and provided timely updates. The Community Development Department monitored outdoor air quality, and that was limited to outdoor activities and code enforcement to minimize possible exposure. Community Resources, due to the poor air quality, Community Resource Department closed outdoor recreational activities. The park program, after school program was moved indoors. Other outdoor programming was moved indoors, canceled, or rescheduled. Public Works, for dust control, contractors implemented additional measures, including hosing down work sites after they were done working. Street sweeping was adjusted to schedules to address ash accumulation. For the city of Hermosa Beach, Chief LeBaron has already went in detail on what they did for the response. Next slide, please. So for air quality, and this is what we did with some of our regional partners. So AQMD, the air quality ranges are continually in Hermosa Beach have been going from good to moderate to good to moderate recently. We continue to monitor very closely. They have an ADMI, which is an index that shows what the air quality is, and that's our primary source. For water, the city proactively works to prepare a significant emergencies, including coordinating closely with water quality, Cal Water Services, to help mitigate potential impacts for the city of Hermosa. The city also was made aware that Los Angeles County residents directly impacted in the recent fires received notices of boil water effects. These notices were issued as a precautionary measure to ensure safety of drinking. The boil water notices do not currently affect or extend to the city of Hermosa Beach. Southern California Edison, SEC. SEC announced the possibility of public safety power shutoffs, that's PSPS, public safety power shutoffs, may be needed to keep communities safe. While SEC gives every attempt to notify customers of the potential impacted areas in advance, some situations happen where they can't give that advance notice. When that happens, SEC attempts to cut the power back on as quickly as possible. Currently, the city of Hermosa Beach is not under a possible SEC shutoff, planned shutoff. We continue to monitor moving forward. Next slide. So on your screen, you'll see an alert that was sent on Thursday evening. So Thursday evening, January 9th, the Los Angeles County Fire Emergency Management mistakenly sent an evacuation warning to residents in Los Angeles County. While the intended target area for the alert was significantly smaller, Los Angeles County Emergency Management is currently working with their vendor on the root cause of the issue moving forward. In addition to the original alert, some residents may have received a second alert on Friday, which was deemed an echo alert. The reason for that was if some cell towers went down, when they were brought back up, the message was still transmitted, which caused a secondary alert. Next slide. The city of Hermosa Beach disseminated updates and accurate information to residents, emphasizing that Hermosa Beach was not under evacuation order. This information was sent through the emergency channels, Alert South Bay. To ensure timely, accurate local information, we encourage residents to sign up for Alert South Bay by texting HB Alerts to 888-777. HB alerts to 888-777. Next slide. The city of Hermosa Beach understands that residents may want to seek ways to give to those that have been impacted, to support those who have been affected, and encourage residents to explore various resources that are available. On the city website, there provides a link for reputable organizations that actively involved in wildfire relief efforts. These resources may include information on how to donate to reputable charities, volunteer time, or offer other forms of support as needed. Next. The city encourages all residents to be proactive and set to prepare for emergencies. This includes developing a family emergency plan, assembling emergency supplies, and staying informed about potential hazards and emergency protocols. A lot of this, you can get further information on the city website at www.hermosabeach.gov/be ready. With that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mo. And I just wanted to add for the City Council, in case there was an interest in discussing what else might be possible, one of the suggestions that Council may wish to consider is, in addition to the price gouging protections that already exist in the state, we know that folks who are renting may be concerned about evictions, and so if Council wished to discuss an action related to these preemptive type of evictions, related to the ability for landlords to capture higher rents, that's something that Council can do. If there are individuals that are fire evacuees residing in our city in the short term or reasonably in the long term, and they require a parking permit, we could create a temporary parking permit for residents that provide accommodations to persons displaced by these fires. And that's something that we could do operationally, but just wanted to mention that. We also have limitations on oversized vehicle parking permits, and so if you have residents that are moving in that may be in an oversized vehicle and there isn't space at our RV park, then perhaps that's also something we can consider. Both of those vehicle items are operational items that staff could work with on a case-by-case basis. Just wanted to mention that to you. And then we know that residents may be temporarily hosting pets from folks who have been evacuated. And so the city could consider temporarily suspending the pet household limit, as well as the license requirement for temporary residents, assuming that these fur babies are registered elsewhere through the county. And price gouging is something that we've seen talked about on social media, not just in Hermosa Beach, but throughout the areas that are impacted, and the likelihood that there may be price gouging that exists not only in rents, but in other consumable goods. And so there are provisions that prevent excessive rates during emergencies, especially a declared emergency in this state. And they're not limited to just consumer goods, emergency supplies, and repair and reconstruction services. There are many items that are included in that. That would be hotel accommodations, motel rates, and housing prices, rental housing prices. So that's something to stay aware of, but our city attorney can go over the details of the state law that prohibits price gouging. We know that there may be a number of families that move in with young children, and we would provide the school district any support that they need, or Maricosta High School if they are hosting families and matriculating students that are coming from the fire evacuation areas. And so we'd like to wrap ourselves around these families to the extent that we can. But Mo's presentation goes over really what the city is able to do. As we are not the main characters in the first response, however, we are a supporting character in this disaster.
Thank you very much. So any of these actions that we may want to take, could we pass them tonight, or we'd have to give direction and come back at the next council meeting? Like an urgency ordinance to, for example, suspend the short-term rentals, to extend them throughout the city?
Correct. So something that drastic would need to come back. Some of the more, non-substantive, I don't want to say non-substantive, but some of the more minor changes that Madam City Manager was talking about, like relaxed enforcement for parking, pet registration, stuff like that, could be direction that you just give City Manager, and she can go ahead and put that into effect. So it's
Right.
really a case-by-case basis, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And I have a question regarding air quality. I don't know if Mo, you have any more information on this, but the news media reports, the beaches have an air quality alert. And you go online, and we're in the green. We've got good, clean air. I'm still keeping my windows closed, but I don't know how longer I need to do that, because there are fine particles that you don't see, you don't smell, or anything, and I don't want them floating in. So how do we know when to open our windows and be clear of this when they're reporting green for good air, they're announcing an air quality alert? Like, do you have any more insight? Are they not measuring everything, or what?
Good question, sir. When they say beaches, that's kind of broad. So I would definitely dial in to see what the Hermosa beach air quality is. AQMD.com is what we use, is pretty reputable. And you can zoom into our local area and see where it is. And it does change, depending on the wind, it does change. And with upcoming possible winds, even as of tonight, the air quality can change what it is now and leading into tomorrow and the weekend. So and to further notice, continue to change, continue to look at it and update it. That's what I would say.
So do they have a specific spot in Hermosa or I know that on the news you see these dots. Are those the only places they measure the air quality, or are there places close by where they're being measured?
They're just measuring LA County, but you can zoom in the map. Similar to like a map on your phone. If you look at Google Maps, you can see where you are in Hermosa. So same thing.
Okay, so they are measuring all the particles then, when they come up with when it's good, it means we can open our windows and go outside then. Is that essentially what it means?
It would mean that it's better to go out. Yes, it's good, it's normal. So good would be normal. Then moderate would be, it's going up.
All right, okay, thank you. Any, am I left with any questions?
I'd like to follow up on your
Mayor Pro Tem, sure.
question and the city manager's response. So the way that we could enact special parking permits, a situation for pet care and short-term rental suspension perhaps, and so on and so forth, to put that all together in one package and put that as a future agenda item? And would that be, since emergencies are rather pressing, I would imagine that should go very quickly, very soon. Put that package together, and would we, call that second response, I guess, because we're not obviously first responders, but we're trying to accommodate those people who have lost their homes in our city. So is that the process we would go through?
And so thank you very much, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I would say for the larger, more substantive changes to the zoning code, i.e. short-term vacation rentals are now allowed here, yes, that would potentially come back for formal action. The details will be specifically laid out for the council to take a look at, kind of, and evidence do you need, all the meat and potatoes of the ordinance. Some of those other items, i.e. a parking permit, a relaxation, hey, if you're a victim of a fire evacuation and you move in with a friend who you now have extra pets, that is something Madam City Manager has the discretion just to basically, exercise the city's discretion in enforcing that. So that wouldn't necessarily be, she could go ahead and do that tomorrow. And so that wouldn't necessarily need formal action by the city council. The reason why we are bringing this to you all right now is just to kind of get a feel and kind of get the general direction. So should it come back, if that is the direction of the city council, I'm sure Madam City Manager in that staff report will kind of probably do a few bullet points of, hey, this is what we're already doing. So I don't want you to think that we're kind of hands are frozen and tied as of right now, if we don't come back, as I said, for another 2 weeks.
Well, I would like to come back in 2 weeks and have a discussion about all of it.
Yeah.
If she can do some of those things immediately, that's great. But for instance, I would think that the council should at least discuss a sunset date for all of those things. So we're not going to just, from now on, have short-term rentals. It's okay, wide open. We would have to say, okay, well, this is, in response to this emergency, we're going to do this until when, and have a discussion on that and set a date for that. The parking permits and the pet, all of that, everything we discussed just now, I think probably should come back to us for an agenda item and discuss it, and hopefully an action item, and get it done. Thank you.
Councilmember, no? Anyone on my right here? Any questions? Councilmember Jackson.
I have a question for you. I recall seeing something from the county that I think put a moratorium on sweeping and blowing. And I wanted to ask, or if there's something we can look at, because with this street sweeper that's coming through, it's a big ball of dust that's kicking up all those contaminated particulates that are going up into the air and into people's homes and lungs, et cetera. So there isn't enough moisture to properly sweep without that big plume of dust. So I don't know what the answer is, to leave it there or to hose it down beforehand or what, but I'm not certain that the sweeping is effective. So, for consideration.
We have searched, and we search daily, of course, and try and stay abreast of it. There isn't a county order to suspend street sweeping. However, locally, Athens has employed a different tactic out of consideration for the dust. And so we did hear from a resident earlier about the concern that dust may be kicked up. However, in speaking with Athens, they feel that they're adjusting their practices while still sweeping and not dusting up. So we'll keep an eye on that, but we haven't had an order to suspend.
I followed the truck the other day, and it's kicking up. I mean, it's a big dust cloud that basically follows the truck the entire length of the route. So something I think we need to look at. You know, I don't know if the idea, you get a water truck that goes in front of the sweeper. You know, I'm no expert on street sweeping, but I mean, it's typically you have a certain amount of water that goes down while it sweeps, but we typically don't have the amount of dust and the particulates that we have now. So something I think we need to take a look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we open it up to public comments.
This is the time for members of the public to address the City Council on item 13A. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. When called, please state your name for the record. We would begin with members of the public. You may begin.
I hope I'm not cutting anybody off. Laura Pena here, resident. I submitted a public comment. I want to thank you, Madam City Manager, for putting this on the agenda. This was really, really important to me and a lot of community members, so thank you. Mo. I want to thank Mo for his presentation. Excellent. Good job. I had no idea about this air quality thing. I know I've been looking at the air quality meter, and I've been very concerned. If this is indeed a concern that we have about the dust, Councilmember Jackson, I believe we should also allow public comment in the beginning of our meetings to be on Zoom, because if people are compromised or they cannot get out or they wear masks, being able to provide public comment would be an additional thing that we could allow our residents to do. Today at the press conference at the county, 88,000 residents remain under evacuation orders, with 84,800 warned of possible evacuations. They are having over 90,000 households with power outages today. So I think in the light of this crisis, this is a great opportunity for us to look at an urgency ordinance, as you had mentioned, to temporarily allow and regulate short-term rentals. One of the reasons why I decided to come up here and speak personally is because I have been somebody who has had to evacuate their home in an emergency for a fire. It happened to me when was in my house, there was smoke on the hill, and in less than 10 minutes, there was fire on my property. And I can't tell you how crazy it is when you literally have less than 10 minutes to get everything that you think about in your car to leave. I got my dogs, my computer. I remember using a Trader Joe's bag to take all the picture frames off the wall because I didn't know how long I was going to have. And I raced down the hill, and I was not able to come back to my house for a while, a couple of weeks. I was lucky that I had friends and family that took me in. But the reason why I'm advocating for allowing short-term rentals to be allowed is because you don't know if you have 2 days, 2 weeks, or 2 months, or 2 years to come back to your house. And this would provide people who have been affected by the fires to be able to have options. And right now we are in a housing crisis. And we need to do everything we can in this city to provide options and resources. There are so many people here that have second homes that are vacant, homes that are underutilized. And if we even did this for just 6 months to allow people to do this, it could provide a safety link for people. So I implore upon council to take this seriously, and please, please allow short-term rentals just for the time to address this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the council chambers wishing to comment? Okay, do we have anyone else on, do we have anyone on Zoom this evening?
If you're joining by the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to raise your hand and *9 to unmute yourself. We have Anthony Higgins. Anthony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Yeah, hello. Just a very quick comment. I'm all for short-term rental to provide housing for the people that were impacted by the disaster. That's just a good thing to do. What I don't want to see is it turning into a windfall for residents in or for owners in residential areas that allows and is used for party goers. That would be not what I'm looking for. I know some of the councilmen are in favor of opening up short-term rentals for everything. I'm all for it for the disaster relief efforts, but not as a segue into opening up our residential neighborhoods to short-term rentals just for a profit motive. Thank you.
I don't see any additional virtual hands raised.
Okay, no other virtual hands raised. One more time back to the council before we close public participation on this. Okay, nobody else? Okay, back to the council. I wonder if maybe the best way to do this would be to have the city manager go through the different things that could be done immediately, and then we can discuss future long-term things that we're going to have to come back for the next meeting. Would that be an appropriate way to go with this? Madam City Manager, would that be?
Mr. Mayor, if I remember correctly, it's the parking permits, oversized vehicles, and pet permits would be more the easy, low-hanging fruit.
Yes.
Do you need a motion for it? Is that just administrative?
Those are administrative items that staff could handle, and just wanted to inform you that we would be working with individuals on a case-by-case basis.
Oh, okay. All right, so we don't need any more action from us. You can go
No.
ahead and administratively take a handle on those, and it's just the more stringent thing, and I guess the first mention was short-term rentals, but whoever would like to speak first, Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
One thing, if short-term rentals does come back to us, is what is our current occupancy rate at the hotels in the area? I know that hotels also offer a different perspective, usually to single rooms, and it's harder for families. But I think all that data is important when we discuss that. But right now, anyone can rent a house in Hermosa for greater than 30 days. As one of the speakers mentioned, we do have a housing crisis in the LA area to begin with. And one thing that is very apparent is short-term rentals do take long-term renters off the housing, the inability to rent these houses long-term. So I guess one thing, the question for staff is if there is any price gouging. I know the 10% increase of rentals, who would be the best local person to report it to investigate those?
Well, so that, existing law, it's in the penal code, makes that illegal. I believe the Attorney General's office has a reportable hotline, if not, I think either via the internet or via telephone. I believe it's kind of two things. It's a crime punishable up to $10,000 or a misdemeanor, and then alternatively, it does create a private right of action under the Business and Professions Code for unfair business practices. Now that being said, that code section does allow a local municipality like the city to create stiffer penalties. Now, of course, that is would be your guys' discretion, and of course, albeit that would be kind of subject to staff resources. Obviously, it's pretty clear if you go to a store and all of a sudden a gallon of water is $100, okay. But, outside of that, this is somewhat geared towards a more, criminal investigatory component, which of course I'm sure our police officers are well trained to do, but those are kind of the options for the city. As of right now, existing penal code prohibits it. It does provide the city the option to make the penalties harsher, and it's just up to you guys to decide whether or not that's good for the city or not.
One thing I'm definitely interested in is kind of going back to during COVID, we had the no-fault eviction moratorium for the renters that we do have, making sure that those who are currently occupying houses, making sure that they're protected, so there's not opportunistic landlords out there. And then as far as short-term rentals, I was at the park, at Valley Park yesterday with the kiddos, and actually met some folks that had to flee the Palisades, lost their houses, who are staying in local area, Redondo Beach, et cetera, until they figure out where they're going to sink their, temporarily, long-term, whatever, restart their lives. So it is something. I know that first grade picked up a new student, and I know the school district's being very open to, anyone who, they lost all their documents, et cetera. So our school district's doing a great job of kind of wrapping their arms around new families in our community, and anything that we can do to protect our current residents, definitely in favor of, and we'll see where the rest of the conversation goes. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councilmember Detoy, you're somewhat concerned that this will take away the stock for other housing if we do this, and keeping it at 30 days, you're more inclined to think that that's sufficient, that victims from fire should be able to at least stay 30 days. Is that where you're coming from on that?
I think we have to look at all the data, and if our hotels are at 30% occupancy, we have rooms in the city to have people stay. And again, I know the amenities are different from a home to hotel rooms.
Right.
And I know that long-term folks who are relocating to Hermosa for the next 2 years, 3 years while they reconstruct, or if they decide to make Hermosa their forever home, our community is evident by all the volunteerism this last week, is excited to greet them with open arms. So,
okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think one of the points that Laura brought up of when you're a victim of the fire, you don't always need to stay more than 30 days. There's 100 different possibilities of you may have a place to go, you may be able to stay with a relative or family, but right now you need a place for about a week or 2 weeks. So suspending the short-term rental for a short period of time. That's why I think a sunset's very important, that we don't just go, well, let's just go ahead and suspend it and we'll worry about it later. Let's have a specific time limit for this, 6 months or whatever's appropriate, which we can discuss when this item comes around. With that in mind, we could release the short-term rentals for a period of time and allow it for less than a month. I don't think this would really affect the long-term leasing of properties. It's quite possible people that want to stay here and they stay for a couple of weeks and they go, well, our idea of moving to here or there didn't come through, so we want to stay longer. They can always sign a lease. So it seems to me that the list of things that we're talking about here, most of them can be done administratively, except for the short-term rentals. So maybe that's our focus. Let's talk about the short-term rentals. Let's talk about a sunset. Let's talk about whether or not we want to lift it or not at all, and so on and so forth. I think maybe we should separate our concerns with the short-term rentals and the price gouging issue. There are more than enough facilities to handle price gouging already in place, I think. Landlords who raise the rent more than the 10% thing has been in effect since COVID and is still in effect. You can't. And it's a combination of the cost of living plus 3%, I think it is, or whatever, which currently is about 10%. That's in place already. Anyone who got evicted for no reason at all, and then the rent goes up, I'm sure there's an agency that can be involved in that, and perhaps the city need not mix in with that. So these are all things that we can talk about when we get to the actual meeting for the short-term rentals. So if we do it as a future agenda item, or if we make a motion right now, whatever that takes, let's separate short-term rentals from everything else. Let's let the city manager administratively do all those other items, the pet care and the parking permits and so on.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on my right? Councilmember Keegan.
I'm interested in the rental, but I think people need to be cognizant that if you currently have a standard property for rent, it doesn't have furniture, and these people don't have furniture. So, I mean, opening up to short-term with someone with no furniture, I don't think those spaces are going to, any vacancies of a standard kind aren't going to be applicable. The short-term rentals that you're talking about are really allowing people who are already doing it, if it's only going to be temporary. No one's going to invest in a bunch of furniture and decorations for a short-term 6-month period. They're not going to turn their standard rental into a short-term. So I don't know that it's going to affect things as greatly as people might think. You can't just say, hey, I'm going to turn my standard rental, Rob owns some rentals, into furnished. They can't, that's going to take weeks to do it, and if you can only do it for 6 months, you'll lose all your investment in the furniture and decorations.
Very smart. That's a good point, Mike, but it seems to me that this is an emergency level. People are, maybe right now they're living in a gymnasium somewhere in a temporary housing, and it's a mess and there's problems and so on and so forth. They just want to get into a facility somewhere, get settled, get the kids back in school. You can worry about furniture rentals, and if they're going to just stay there for a couple of weeks until they can figure out what to do, they can sleep on cots or camp out in the living room or whatever they want to do in the meantime in an emergency, which is obviously what we're dealing with. But I think it would be worth doing to provide that. If no one from the fire ever rents anything in Hermosa Beach for 2 weeks, then at least we made it available to them. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I think the right thing to do would be to try and make that possible for those people.
Anything else? Okay. Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We currently permit short-term rentals in our commercial zone. We have 168 non-conforming dwellings that are eligible to register as Airbnbs. So the numbers are there. We also know that we have hundreds of illegally operating Airbnbs in our city, and that they are operating literally as we speak. We also know we have a bunch of vacant houses. I think we need to talk about a vacant house tax, if that could be a part of the discussion, because if there's the vacant house tax is significant enough, then that could provide a little incentive to have that house part of the housing inventory. And there's no doubt that short-term, particularly illegal Airbnbs, take away from our housing inventory, and that has exacerbated the housing crisis, and obviously the fire has made that even worse. So I concur with Councilmember DeToy in terms of, let's look at the data, let's look at what we have, let's see what we're being asked to provide, and if we have 168 non-conforming dwellings that are eligible to be registered now, then I don't see why we need to open it up to basically a permit folks who are probably already illegally to now legally. So that's where I am.
Thank you. I mean, I guess the ones that are operating illegally would become legal under our, if we lifted it and allowed them, they would then get a permit and operate legally, and they'd be qualified for FEMA funding and all that for the.
Right, to be clear, the whole point of opening the short-term vacation would only be for victims of the fire displacement. So I want to say when we say operate legally, what I will be drafting, or at least if that's there'll be some requirement, and once again, we'll figure it out with Madam City Manager, that it's not just going to be a free-for-all that now, hey, short-term vacation rentals are up, so, insert, people who just want to come in and party in Hermosa Beach can't rent it. You're going to need to demonstrate or at least attest that, hey, this individual was impacted by the fires and doesn't have it. So I want to be sure that, so if we do have illegal short-term vacation renters as of now, it's not like if this goes into effect, they're automatically blessed to do whatever they want.
Right.
They would still need to.
I mean, we could do things like, for example, require that they register their properties with FEMA, and they only accept FEMA people that are getting FEMA assistance. I mean, we could do things like that, right?
Sure,
that
yes.
would be a way to.
Yeah, I must admit that the FEMA assistance is a little bit outside of my bailiwick, so
Right.
but I can look into that.
Or
for
direct payments from insurance,
Something like
fire
that, right,
insurance
yeah.
companies, things like
Sure,
that would be an easy way to qualify them. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem.
Very much of this discussion we're having right now is what we should be having at the next meeting, when we do that.
Yeah, there is.
No,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not saying it's wrong for us to do this. I'm just saying that we're kind of doing what I think we're suggesting we do at the very next meeting. So let's.
Well, we would need a motion to bring
Very
it
good.
forward, and so we'll, if you'd like to make a motion to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, sure.
If there is no further
Beautiful.
discussion.
Yep.
I move that we, at our very next meeting, have a staff report for the possibility of opening up short-term rentals on a temporary basis, which would include all the aspects of that, what would be required of it, sunset date, et cetera, and have that at our next meeting as an emergency ordinance.
Urgency, right? Not
Urgent.
Urgency.
Urgency, yeah.
Is there a second?
Make a amendment, and we'll be collecting TOT tax on those?
And so that will be at the discretion of the city council.
I'd assume so.
Unless the city council
Well, I mean, he's drafting it, you want to have him draft it with it, not without it.
I mean, that detail is relatively easy. It'll be a provision that says this will be subject to the TOT or will not, and that'll be something that you guys can decide. And then go ahead, Madam City Manager.
No, that was my comment exactly. So that's up to you, but it's not a difficult fix to make. We can come forward with a draft, and minor modifications can be done on the fly without having to bring it back.
Okay. So was that a second, Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember DeToy, did you have something?
Mr. Mayor, I can make a separate motion, or if the motion maker is okay with the friendly amendment, just to include eviction protection for our current renters, similar to COVID, the no-fault evictions.
I'll accept that.
So during COVID, we went along with the county, but the county has not implemented this because of the fire. So this is something quite different, right? A specific city eviction moratorium that's separate from the county.
We actually had a separate one from the county, but Madam City Manager and Mr. City Attorney might know better.
We did. During the pandemic, one of the orders that was issued by the council was to prevent evictions during a certain time, but it was not so broad that it didn't prevent any displacement if someone had a lease and the lease came due. That is not something that we considered an eviction, but if someone was wrongfully evicted during those hard times, there was, and we can pull that up and attach that, but it is an action that the council took.
Can I add to that point? The point of the eviction from the county, eviction prevention was during COVID, if you lost your job because of COVID and you could not pay your rent, the landlords were not allowed to evict you for non-payment of rent. Because you lost your job and they could prove that, then you just can't throw them out in the street if they lost their job because of COVID. If you didn't pay your rent just because you still have your job and you still have the money, but you just don't want to, that's another story. That's what that whole non-eviction thing was all about. So just to
So how would
make
that
a
work
point
with the
there.
fire? If you lost your job because of the fire?
No,
mean,
this is, what we're talking about here is a little bit different. What we're
Yeah,
talking about
yeah,
here
yeah,
is
it is. That's
a
why
landlord who goes, I can make a bunch more money renting my house out to these people from the fire, so I'm going to evict the people who are paying this current rate, going to evict them out of there, and then turn around and rent it to them for more money, which is price gouging, of course.
And it's already illegal if
But
you're
it's an
under a lease.
illegal, yeah, that's right.
You're
It's
already under a
already
lease,
illegal. So I'm not sure we need to include that in our discussion, and that was from the county.
But we had a separate one in the city.
I don't mind it. If you want to put it in, that's fine. I just think that the report and our discussion should be all-inclusive, every aspect of reinstituting short-term rentals for a short period of time.
And Mr. Mayor, just to be, perhaps provide a clarification, it's not a broad, what we've seen a municipality locally that is much more closer to the fire areas do is prevent evictions based on increased number of occupancy in the home or a number of pets. So I'm a renter here. I'm hosting a displaced family. That may be a violation of my rental agreement, or I'm hosting the pets. So those are the reasons if families are accommodating fire evacuees and then end up being subjected to an eviction notice because something was displeasurable to the landlord, that would be a reason, not a blanket prohibition.
Right, okay.
That's not what we're seeing municipalities do.
Thank you. That's what you're...
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not looking for a blatant blanket policy, but if there is an animal, as Madam City Manager mentioned, they're hosting, et cetera, that, or sometimes there's animals that may not be part of the lease. And so landlord may be looking at every little, T and dot on the I to make sure, and, opportunistic to raise the rent for someone else.
Well, that does bring up another aspect of this, and I don't mean to drag this out, but landlords do have rights also, and if you have a no-pet building, and they lease the apartment as a no-pet apartment, or the house, whatever, and then they decide they want to take 5 or 6 dogs into the unit as helping with the problem, that's a problem in itself. I think you need to stay with your lease agreement. You cannot break your lease agreement. Now, the number of people, that might be something different, that'd be on a temporary basis, but there's no smoking buildings, there's no pet buildings, there's a lot of rules that landlords are allowed to have, and that we can't trample over those rights either. So
the number of people is what you were focused on.
We can't get too deep in the weeds with all of this. I think the idea is that for a very short period of time, short-term rentals, we could possibly allow short-term rentals to be opened up for a short period of time without getting into all of the aspects of what you can and can't do as trying to help with the tragedy. Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's call the question.
Okay. Well, we have a motion, friendly
Second.
amendment. You accept the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. Any more discussion before we take a vote? Okay, Madam City Clerk?
And I do apologize. Can we just go through that motion briefly one more time? I want to
Sure,
make
we
sure that there was.
can. I know you like to get it
I want
just
to make
right.
sure. Yeah. Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
That's okay.
So, I mean,
Like to hear it again.
Yeah. So I mean, so it was basically the come back with the potential urgency ordinance as it pertains to the short-term vacation regulations.
Yes.
And then the friendly amendment was include some discussion on a potential ancillary or corollary ordinance as it pertains to eviction protections.
Evictions.
Got it.
That's correct.
Yeah, evictions as pertain to breaking a lease when
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
you had to break it in order to rent it out to people,
Got it.
of course, right, that's obvious, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh,
Mr.
yes,
Mayor, if I
Councilmember
could
Jones.
ask, would a vacancy tax consideration be a part of this? Or
Right,
could
so-
we make that a part of this?
So while a related component, the California Constitution requires probably a voter approval before any imposition of a tax. I'm not aware of any city ever imposing one during its, during a local emergency or anything like that. So we could potentially discuss it, but implementing that immediately, taking it into effect is not possible.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam City Clerk? Okay, the tally is up on the screen. Could you announce the vote?
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. And next on our agenda,
We have 13B, designation of a maximum amount of fee waiver grants for special events held in 2025.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. We can move to the next slide. The Community Resources Department is tasked with overseeing special events on public property. Per the Special Events Policy Guide, City Council shall annually designate the maximum amount of fee waiver grant funding available to the Parks Commission to award to eligible events for each calendar year. City Council designated a maximum of $20,000 in fee waiver grants annually from 2020 through 2023 and $10,000 in fee waiver grants in 2024. Attachment 2 in your staff report includes information on all past fee waiver grants awarded annually, and also included in Attachment 2 in the slide before you is the total amount of awarded fee waiver grants each year. Next slide. Another avenue for fee waivers is through the Special Event Permit Program's Long-Term Agreement Program. Long-term agreements allow event dates to be solidified for up to 3 years and an opportunity for event fees to be waived through the negotiation process between the city and the event producer. Additionally, the Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce is able to receive waived event fees through the negotiation process of their events agreement with the city. Attachment 3 in your staff report includes a table of the long-term agreements in place through the 2024 calendar year and at the time of this report, and the estimated total of fees waived through those long-term agreements and for events produced by the Chamber of Commerce. On this slide before you, you see those totals as well. The total amount of fee waivers provided through these avenues and the fee waiver grant program in the 2024 calendar year totals approximately $298,871.50. Next slide. Upon review of the fee waiver grants issued since we implemented this program, and with consideration of the fees waived in the current long-term agreements, staff does recommend City Council designate a maximum of $5,000 in fee waiver grants for special events that are held in 2025. If approved, this would be a reduction in the fee waiver grant funding available for 2025 in comparison to the previous year, which was $10,000. But corresponding to the recommended decrease would be the increase in the fee waivers through the long-term agreements. So we did want to emphasize that many of the organizations that have received fee waiver grants in the past actually do now hold a long-term agreement, They wouldn't qualify to apply for a fee waiver grant if they hold a long-term agreement, but they may have their event fees waived per the terms of their agreement. So this recommendation to reduce the amount of funding available for fee waiver grants is not going to disadvantage any returning event producer that has received a fee waiver grant in the past, or any returning event producer that may want to apply that is eligible. And this does conclude my verbal report, and I'm available for any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Anyone on my left have any questions? Staff? Okay. Anyone on my right? No questions. Okay. We are reducing the maximum from 10,000 to 5,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any cards submitted for public comment?
I did not receive any speaker cards for this item.
Okay. Is anyone left in the audience here wishing to speak on this subject? Okay. Is there anyone online?
If you're joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to raise your hand and *9 to unmute yourself. I do not see any virtual hands raised.
Okay, great. Bringing it back to the council for deliberation and action. Any council members have any comments or would like to entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation for a maximum of 5,000 in fee waiver grants for 2025.
Great. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any other questions or comments or deliberations? Okay, Madam City Clerk.
Just one, Mr. Mayor. I just want to kind of point out that, what was it, 0.5% of our general fund is going to supporting these events, if my math is right. $390,000 for the LTAs. Our budget's about 52 million, so about 0.75%. So it's a lot of our money, and just be cognizant of that moving forward. If we are supporting a lot of these long-term agreements, fee waivers, et cetera, with general fund money. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Madam City Clerk, could you open the vote? Okay, the tallies are up on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the results?
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. And next on our agenda,
Next, we have 13C, expansion of the scope of an existing city council subcommittee to consider renaming the accessible playground at South Park in honor of Casey Rohr.
okay, here we are.
Okay, we'll queue up the presentation. Okay, next slide. At its August 13th, 2024 meeting, Council formed the Greenbelt Pedestrian Trail Renaming Subcommittee to consider renaming that area of the Greenbelt after accessibility advocates here in the city of Hermosa Beach, appointing Mayor Pro Tem Seaman and Councilmember Detoy to the subcommittee. The council also directed the Parks Commission to select 2 commissioners to work with the council subcommittee. At its September 3rd, 2024 meeting, the commission selected Commissioners Ellman and Horowitz to serve on the subcommittee. And at its October 22nd, 2024 meeting, former Councilmember Massey, supported by Councilmember Detoy, Mayor Pro Tem Seaman, and Mayor Francois, requested staff return with an agenda item to expand that subcommittee scope to include evaluating renaming the accessible playground at South Park in honor of Casey Rohr. Next slide. Casey was a Hermosa Beach resident with cerebral palsy, and he was an inspiration for the 2017 South Park renovation, which included a universally accessible playground. His mother, Beth, served alongside a group of volunteers advocating for the park transformation to increase accessibility in the city. Next slide. Staff does recommend City Council designate the Greenbelt Pedestrian Trail Renaming Subcommittee to evaluate the proposed renaming of the accessible playground at South Park in honor of Casey. The subcommittee would present its analysis and recommendations to the commission, followed by a formal evaluation and decision by the City Council. And that concludes my verbal staff report.
Thank you very much. Any council members have any questions? On my left, anyone? Okay. Madam City Clerk, has anyone presented any cards to speak this evening on this?
I do not have speaker cards for this item.
Okay, anyone in the public wishing to speak? And is there anyone online that has indicated desire to speak?
I do not see any virtual hands raised.
Okay, bring it about the council for deliberation and action.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
As a member of the subcommittee, I will gladly support staff's recommendation and make a motion when it's time,
Okay.
or right now.
I'll second the motion.
I move that we designate the Greenbelt Pedestrian Trail Renaming Subcommittee to evaluate the proposed renaming of the accessible playground at South Park in honor of the late Hermosa Beach resident Casey Rohr.
Seconded.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other deliberation? Okay, Madam City Clerk, please open voting. Okay, the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda.
Next, we have 13D, the citywide parking program update and approval of agreements with Park Mobile LLC and Turbo Data Systems, Inc. for parking program management.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. We have our Administrative Services Director, Brandon Walker, to provide this staff report. I did want to share that over 2 years ago, the council took active steps to update and improve the parking management system. This presentation will include an overview of those changes, an overview of the pay-by-app mobile parking system, in addition to parking transaction fees and automated license plate readers, and also, very importantly, a change in the software. While we're providing a grand overview of the parking management program ecosystem, there are two things that we hope council can provide direction on this evening. We believe those are the most pressing and important in order to ensure a smooth transition to a new software system, a smooth opening of the permit sales, as well as ensuring customer experience is a good one. So those two items are the recommendation regarding the change in the software to award the recommended vendor the contract for the software change, as well as allowing us to extend the season opening to an April date. And with that, I will turn it over to Brandon for the staff report.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Good evening, Mayor. Welcome back, Councilmember Keegan. I'm happy to be here before you to review our parking program. So just a brief primer before we get into the presentation. The City commissioned a formal parking study in 2019, and with that came a slew of recommendations. And the Council has been very active in pushing forward a few initiatives over the past 3 years that have helped us manage what we consider a priceless finite resource, which is parking here in Hermosa Beach. So one of those key components is the residential parking permit program, as Sujan mentioned, which we'll review in its entirety in a bit, and also some of the technology options, some of the initiatives, pay by mobile app, and some of the software technology issues that we're hoping to identify and get your approval today. But our focus is on cost efficiency and speed of use and enhancing the customer experience. That's the focus and some of the recommendations we are going to present today. So just a brief overview. In July 2024, Council formalized right now the standing rules and regulations for the residential parking permit. So just to briefly run through as a refresher, the program as it currently exists, residents are limited to 3 permits per location. That includes 2 stickers and 1 guest permit. There's a rule per council direction of 1 resident, 1 address, meaning that if you are a resident, you are only able to identify and get a permit for 1 particular location. We also implemented the proof of residency requirement, which includes a bank statement and proof of residency that you are actually indeed a Hermosa Beach resident. It also included the elimination of replacement or loss of stolen guest permits, eliminated the one-day guest special event permits, and also, interestingly enough, we instituted essentially a 2-year penalty box. If you are seen entering fraudulent documents or trying to skirt the system, there's a two-year moratorium on being able to apply for a permit again. And part of that, we also raised the annual price to $30 per year. So what I want to do is orient you to the chart. So the main thinking behind a lot of these actions was to, again, kind of wrangle and manage the parking permit system to make it more manageable and, ensuring that residents have ample parking for the impacted zones. So what this table shows you here is the last 3 years of permit information. What I want to focus on is the far right column, the 2022-2023 year. That was the last year before this residential parking permit program went into place. In that particular year, we issued nearly 9,000 permits citywide. 2023-2024 is a little bit of a misnomer. Due to council deliberation, we didn't kick off the whole year until August 28th. So essentially that reflects partial data. So a good comparison, apples to apples, is that 2022-2023 year and then the 2024-2025 year. So most significantly, you'll notice that we are selling about 3,000 less permits in any given year. So as far as the intent of the program, we consider it a success in managing the amount of permits out amongst our city. And I mentioned the 2-year pause. So out of the 6,000 permits we issued, there were actually only 19 violations that required a 2-year moratorium when it comes to submitting fraudulent documents or misrepresenting statements in order to get a residential permit. There's also a caveat here, an addition I want to point out that's not on this slide right here, is there is actually a mechanism for residents to obtain a 4th permit. It involves proving that due to current code and garage requirements, there is not ample parking for more than 3 vehicles on premise. We've actually only received 5 of those applications to date. 2 of them were successful and they were issued that 4th permit. So I know a strong consideration was 3 permits is not enough. Due to the data and what we've seen as feedback is residents have made do with complying with the restrictions. So I wanted to quickly pivot to some of the technology that goes behind the permitting system and also our parking enforcement operations. So as Suja mentioned, technology is something we're taking a look at consistently to be able to leverage minimizing staff costs and enhancing customer service. So on a big picture right now, we have the issue we're facing now is disparate systems. I'll give you an example. Our community service officers out in the field issuing parking citations, they're using Turbo Data. That's the software for the actual handhelds they're issuing tickets. However, when the payments are actually processed, it's with a different vendor, Duncan Solutions. And lastly, the parking permit program, the ones that the residents are dealing with, the portal itself, is run by Duncan Solutions. We've got a lot of feedback from council and staff about how inadequate the site is, how clunky it is, how hard it is to make changes, not a very overall good user experience, which I'll touch on in the next few slides. So I'll give you an example of with current experience and some of the issues we're dealing with now with the kind of challenges with the current software provider, Duncan Systems. A good example is paying parking citations. Let's say I'm a resident or a visitor coming to beautiful Hermosa. I go grab a cup of coffee. I come out at 11 o'clock in the morning and I get a parking citation. Right now, because of disparate systems, information isn't updated until 24 hours. So if I come in here after my lunch and try to pay my parking citation, right now, residents can't. And I think that from a customer experience and from a resident experience, that's not an ideal situation. The new software, which we're looking to implement and recommend in front of you, would address that issue. The biggest issue also is with the parking permit application. We've heard multiple negative comments about how inhibitive the whole parking process is when it comes to registering for permits. I'll give you an example laid out here. Once you start the permit process documentation, attach all your documentations. If us on the staff will reject something back, because of the system right now, the way it's configured, you have to restart the whole process. When it comes to, this should be a very streamlined, straightforward operation, done once a year, very rudimentary. That can't be done right now with limitations of our current vendor. So that's one of the major issues of why we're looking to pivot to a new software provider, especially when it comes to the permit application process. Oops, sorry. So this is just a high-level overview of the current provider on the left, Duncan, which again is doing the back-end citation payment processing and the permit application process. As I mentioned before, no real-time updating, so there is that lag where you're not able to pay a citation as you get it. And that also affects operational staff too. They're not able to look up information as they're writing it. So it's just not a very modern solution for a modern-day environment as we live in now. Not a very intuitive user experience. You go on the website now, it's just the look and feel, and it's very clunky, for lack of a better term. And then ALPR, we'll talk about that in a second, but when you don't have a system integrated fully, we are at a disadvantage where we're not able to roll out in the future some of the ALPR features, which are going to help with enforcement and really significantly reduce costs when it comes to parking management. I'll touch on that in the next few slides. So Suja mentioned one of the first asks today is obviously is getting council's blessing to move forward with a new software provider for our permitting and citation system. But with that comes a few months of implementation. Staff has evaluated the trade-offs. So I think what the ultimate goal is right now is the permit season for 2025-2026 was originally supposed to start on February 3rd. It was coming up very, very soon. We are requesting council to bless pushing out that permit start season to April 1st. This will not be a hidden thing. We're going to do full social media blast, full PR blast, so the residents know. We'll look into any modes of communication to let the residents know that this is being pushed back. But staff has evaluated the trade-offs, and we think the cost or the benefit of going to a new provider is going to greatly enhance the customer experience, make the process much smoother, and get into more efficiencies long-term, which we'll get into. So a slight delay. I know there's been confusion. This is the first full year of rolling out, but I think with our social media and PIO outreach team, we can do a good job of informing residents that this is a worthy investment at this time. So let's briefly talk about parking payment options. So what we're getting to now is basically the unit economics of how technology and a way forward, mainly through Pay by Mobile app, can really help when it comes to managing the city's budget. So there are multiple ways right now to pay for parking. One is that the single space, the meter heads you see along our city, those accept cash and credit cards. Also, multi-space meters, you're familiar with those. You go to a spot, one machine, you pay by number. You can pay by credit card or by cash, and also pay by app. And I think we're gonna do the next couple of slides is show you how the unit economics work for all and why we are encouraging a more robust rollout of the pay by app via Park Mobile. So there are three main fees to consider when talking about parking, when I'm talking about transaction fees and with credit cards. One is the fixed fee, which we'll get into. Second is the banking and processing fees, and third are the transaction fees. So let's dig into depth with each of those. So this is a very snazzy chart. We call him the parking guru in the city manager's office. Ken loves dashboards. We do a good job of looking at analytics to see where potential cost savings are and how our programs are run. A lot of information here that shows by month. Essentially what this is showing is the fixed fees for IPS, which is our vendor that processes credit card payments for our single standalone meters and our multi-space meters. So more or less, we're spending about $172,000 every year on fixed fees just to have those meters in operations. This does not reflect any of the transactions. So if we have 0 transactions, we're still paying $170,000. Something to key in on when we talk about the unit economics of a Pay by Mobile app. So transaction fees, as I mentioned, IPS is the vendor that processes for the multi-space meters and the single-space meters. So what this is showing you is that for every credit card transaction, the city pays 6 cents under the IPS agreement. With multi-space meter transactions, that's 13 cents per transaction. That cost is borne by the taxpayers. It comes out of our operational general fund budget. So that's a direct cost that we absorb in our budget that otherwise would have gone to other services in the community, are paying for this parking privilege and this parking operation. On contrast, Park Mobile, which is our pay by app, which you've seen in lots A, B, and C, which we'll dig into in a little bit, there's a 25-cent transaction that's actually borne by the person accessing the service, actually requesting parking. So that's a cost that's not borne by the city or the taxpayers. So banking and processing fees, both IPS and Park Mobile charge banking and processing fees. Essentially, it's a merchant service. That's the connection between the software and the bank itself. a lot of back-end clearinghouse information that's required. It's about 5% overall of all the operational revenue we receive. We are actually investigating and looking to RFP and work with each vendor to see where our options are when it comes to lowering those fees. A side note is that the current merchant we utilize for IPS, which is the hard meters, they actually have a sole relationship with only one vendor. So there's a little bit less wiggle room when it comes to negotiation with the IPS. However, Park Mobile does work with multiple merchants, so there is room to possibly squeeze some of those transaction fees down in the future. So that's something we're looking to investigate and making sure that the economics make sense on the city side. So as I mentioned, the Park Mobile pilot. So in May of 2023, the council authorized essentially a Park Mobile app, pay-by app pilot program for lots A, B, and C. So what this table represents here, again, another snazzy chart, is about 15 months of data of usage of lots A, B, and C. Net, you're looking at we received about $900,000 in net revenue from this. It's a very convenient service. A lot of neighboring communities all up and down the coast and all across the country utilize this. Again, we will mostly always have, the cash, the credit card option, but the pay by app is a feature that we're seeing more and more of, and we'll get into kind of the market share breakdown there. But we think as a city staff, the unit economics are more favorable for the city. The convenience for the customer is shown that's something that they really like, especially during the summer seasons as you see the spike during the June, July period. So what does this mean when we talk about unit economics? So we consider the pilot of Park Mobile Pay by App a pretty good success. We saved about $47,000. What that means is that those are foregone transaction fees. Those transactions by mobile app would have been done at either the multi-space meter. We forewent about $47,000 of expenses borne by the general fund by using this feature. Again, I talked about saturation in the market. Year over year, the Park Mobile app access has increased by about 55%. And if you focus your attention on that bottom share there, this is the latest data we have on overall usage. So still about 80% of all transactions are done by credit cards at the meter. Surprisingly low, only about less than 8% of transactions are done with cash. And again, Park Mobile showing that 12% market share, which we think is going to only increase, especially when we roll out these across the single space meters, as we'll go through in the recommendation. Again, just for context, Park Mobile is one of the leaders in the area. Many large cities up and down, again, the Southern California region utilize this pay by mobile app, specifically Park Mobile. Newport Beach has a very, very large contingency of these spaces. Almost 19,000 spaces in this region utilize Park Mobile, including our neighbor right next door with Redondo Beach. So this is a very important slide. This is essentially, I keep mentioning the term unit economics, right? So just to give you an orientation of what this chart is showing. So up top, there's 3 bar charts. The orange section are those banking and transaction fees I talked about. And then the magenta section are the transaction fees. So the top 2 lines, multimeter and single meter, those are the aggregate fees per transaction that are borne by the city. So what this is showing you that every $2 we receive in revenue, about 24 cents from the multi-space meters we pay as a direct city cost. For every $2 transaction, about 16 cents we pay as a transaction cost on the city for single meters. For Park Mobile, we still include the 11% processing and banking fee, but that 25-cent transaction fee is borne by the customer. What this all means is oriented to the bottom left. For every $2 that we receive, we retain as a city $1.76 for the multi-space meters, $1.84 for the single meters, and more impressively, $1.89 when it comes to Park Mobile app. So because the customer is bearing that fee, the city is able to retain more net revenue per dollar earned when it comes to parking revenue. And again, this doesn't include any of the fixed costs when it comes to meter replacement. So we've heard loud and clear from residents anecdotally and from council in the past of wanting to get rid of the single space meters. As you see here, many of them are not in very, very great condition. It requires a lot of laborious staff and capital effort to replace these meters. And to be honest, personally, it's a dying business methodology. You go up and down in the country, you'll see in California the move towards multi-space meters, the move towards mobile app. So we'll talk about why we think that's inevitable, more or less inevitable future, especially here in Hermosa Beach. We did a recent assessment internally of the meter conditions. Nearly, 3/4 of them are in very poor or poor condition. And the housing, the casing up top, nearly 90% are in poor condition. To rehab these would be very, very expensive. That's about 1,600 meters at a cost of about $1.5 million. These dollars, not a single dollar is programmed right now in the CIP for this. So this would be an additional CIP that would be competing with additional capital resources that Joe and his team would present to council for consideration in our next budget. So the question may be, why don't we just go directly to multi-space meters right now? And I think this is the kind of the crux of the problem right here, and why this is such an important slide when we talk about technology and ALPR. What does a transition to multi-space meters look like? Ripping out all of the meters, putting in a multi-space meter here. An expensive contraption, but it pays itself off over time. The major issue is capital work and enforcement. So capital work and enforcement is the biggest impetus right now, or barrier for full deployment of multi-space meters citywide. I'll give you a reason why. When you install these multi-space meters, that includes striping and numbering of all parking spaces associated with that respected area, which is an additional capital cost to consider when you're talking about the unit economics. The main reason also too is enforcement. So right now, we'll go over in the next couple of slides, it's manual enforcement by CSOs. It's chalking tires, it's running through. That is very, very time intensive and sometimes impossible as cars are parking close together, is to be able to get out, verify that a spot is deemed in violation and to ticket them. So the workaround for this has been, in the industry, utilizing ALPR. Essentially, it's automated license plate reading. Driving by, having signals from the meter signify when cars are out of violation and being able to ticket. So that is a huge cost saver. The idea that you would need less staff, you would need less vehicles and equipment, and you can really enforce compliance when you have essentially more coverage when it comes to parking violations. So multi-space meters has been an intermediary period to getting rid of the single meters. But again, I just want to lay out that, especially in Hermosa, the striping and capital costs and the enforcement, the lack of capable enforcement when it comes to multi-space meters is a large concern, and why we think ALPR is an important consideration when talking about enforcement moving forward. So what does this look like? Essentially, this is a high-level roadmap. We're not requesting direction on pulling all the single meters out by tomorrow, but this is kind of the flow, and I'll kind of summarize some of the issues we're seeing and we're bringing to you today, and how it leads to, I'll call it a world with no more single-space meters, or much less single-space meters. So the first instance I mentioned is a coordination of all parking software. Because I told you we essentially have a Frankenstein system now, ALPR technology is essentially not workable if you have these disparate systems. You need systems talking to each other to be able to implement all of the ALPR technology. The second, which we're recommending here, is an extended deployment of the Park Mobile Pay-by app. So what this will look like is putting stickers. This would be no cost to the city. It's an additional payment function on single space meters. The second part is the inflection point, is getting to a world of multi-space meters. We need to implement the ALPR technologies or something similar to be able to do enforcement. So that's where we are right now, is we are, step one, looking for council direction on coordinating and integrating into one technology solution on the back end, rolling out and increasing the Park Mobile app option, which again is very, very favorable unit economics for the city itself. And then in future meetings, have that discussion about ALPR, which we're not prepared to today, but just wanted to give you a roadmap of what the parking situation will look like and can look like over the next few months to coming years. So again, I mentioned ALPR. It's already in minimal use with our police department, mainly for investigation services. Again, as you mentioned before, you've heard about the Real-Time Crime Center. We received a over $900,000 grant from the feds to implement a real-time crime center. ALPR is a major tool when it comes to investigations and utilizing for police resources. If rolled out for parking enforcement, there would be a whole other discussion about policies, being very cognizant of individual liberties and rights, rollout of the technology. There would be a full, robust discussion at the council level and with the community of what does that mean, what are the drawbacks. So in no way, shape, or form are we saying ALPR comes in, we flip the switch, and we're good to go. So I just want to set that stage when it comes to concerns about the growing use of ALPR potentially in the future. And lastly, as I mentioned, some of the concerns of why ALPR as a technology would aid in our parking operations. As I mentioned, there's a picture there of a CSO tire marking a vehicle, coming back later for particular citations. An interesting note is you've seen a lot of those right drive Jeep Wranglers. They're actually, I think, limiting or actually canceling production on a lot of them. So we have an aging fleet, so those vehicles in the near future may be very, very difficult to even replace. So another kind of side consideration when talking about our current enforcement mechanism. But as you see in the bottom right, that's kind of the concept at a very crude level of how ARPL technology would work. No need for the CSO to leave their vehicle, to mark and come back, reduce the amount of staff hours that they can be diverted to other community service activities. And again, we'll just be monitoring remotely from those stations to be able to cite when vehicles are out of compliance with our parking regulations. So again, just a highlight of some of the efficiencies. Again, it lowers staff time to devote resources elsewhere, reduces capital costs. And again, when it talks about, I mentioned the 2019 parking study. When it comes to districts and other rollout, this is the cornerstone. This is the key kind of that needs to be rolled out before we start considering other technology or minute rollout when it comes to the parking program. So again, a lot of information, echoing Suja's comments in the beginning. Our goal here is to look at just a review of the residential parking permit program. When it comes to what the intended use was, we think it's at the staff level has been a success. Compliance is very high. This last year was the first full year, so we are encouraging minimal changes as we roll out the new technology platform. And again, mentioning technology, the two other items here is with council's blessing, moving forward with what we think is a better technology solution when it comes to user experience, but also when it comes to cost efficiency long-term. And then lastly, getting into an agreement with Park Mobile. Again, this is a no-cost rollout. We've had great success with the pay-by-app option in lots A, B, and C. We'd like to roll that out to the individual meters. And again, with the unit economics being better, another payment option for our residents and our visitors that come to our city, mainly during the summertime. We think it's an enhanced customer experience. So with that, a lot of information. I'm here to answer any questions, and thank you for the attention and support.
Thank you very much for that presentation. You know, I thought that the presentation and slideshow was very informative. It would be great if we could get slides like that ahead of time and take a look at them, but I thought that was very concise and helped out a lot compared to what I was reading in staff reports. And I have a lot of questions. I don't want to hog too much, but just to start out, no matter how we advance even into the multi-space meters and everything else, people will still be able to pay with cash and they don't need an app, correct?
Yes, yes.
So there's no app required in any of this?
No, there is no current meter now or in the future that planning where it's only pay by app. We're very cognizant of making sure that we're focusing on the unbanked or those that are, for security reasons would rather pay with cash or pay with a credit card themselves or aren't comfortable with smartphones. I think we're just expanding the options when it comes to payment options.
Okay. And could you explain when we move to the multi-space meters, how the 2-hour limit is easier to enforce rather than the chalking?
So it goes down to multi-space meters. In other cities, what they've done is there's rollout technology where I'll give you an example, in Long Beach, the beach lots, you're able to roll through with technology and the meter knows the time frame and the amount paid by space. So you can roll through as an enforcement officer and actually get information of which cars are in violation. So let's use the other example, right? Single space meters. You're going through and chalking every single car and having to come back with each individual car and citing them that way. The technology with multi-space is where it'll essentially ping you. Space 87 is stayed past 2 hours, hasn't paid. You know to go ticket them right away. So
as they're moving, it would be tinged and they'd pull over to the car.
Yep. So yes, in more confined spaces, that can be done by foot, where the CSO would have a handheld. It would say, space 84 is out of compliance. You go there instead of having to essentially keep an eye on via chalk every single vehicle.
Okay, in residential zones where you don't have meters, would they still be using chalk?
Yes, now they would be, yeah.
So we would still need vehicles with the ability to use the chalk in residential zones.
As long as you have individual meters or don't have the technology in place to be able to read the spacing or have the marked spacing, you still would need chalk.
Mr. Mayor, if I might also add to the response, in residential areas, with the implementation of ALPRs, down the road, we would be able to use the automated license plate reader system in order to know which of the vehicles have the accurate permits and which don't. And so that reduces a lot of the physical labor it takes currently. And so that is the other advantage of the ALPR. So with that technology, we can move away from the chalking. But currently,
What about like guest permits, handicap
All of it.
placards? But they would be dinged and the officer would still have to go over because a guest permit wouldn't be registered to that vehicle, so.
so guest permits, all our permit types can be incorporated digitally through this new system that we hope you will authorize us to engage with. And through that and the combination of the license plate readers, that could also be automated.
So essentially, we would be scanning license plates throughout the city, right? In residential zones and at all the meters, anyone that parks at a meter, their plate would be scanned routinely by,
For parking enforcement, yes. This is a major consideration, and I know what you're hinting at is towards civil liberties, is the idea that, we have a policy in place for our ALPR technology as it exists on the PD side. There are barriers and constraints. I think, I've heard complaints before too of like where you're going to scan all the plates and it's a invasion of privacy. That's where a strong policy would be in place when it comes to data retention, the information that a community services officer is able to receive, and the intent of the scanning itself. If it's just cross-referencing to make sure that they're violating either the residential parking permit program, there would be scopes, there would be guardrails in place. This wouldn't be people driving up and down the street just to scan license plate. Our end goal is enforcement and compliance with parking. So that would be something that we would lean on council to really come up with a robust, resolution and policy when it comes to ALPR once we get to that point in time.
so what's done with the data when it gets scanned? The license plate data gets scanned and it gets sent. It isn't just held within the parking citation system, it's being sent to the police department.
Currently, yes, and I don't have the policy in front of me, but there is data retention requirements and kind of an end of life where records can only be held for a certain time. There's restrictions on where that information can go to. So if you're asking about the current ALPR standards, we can provide a copy. There's an actual robust ALPR policy that council adopted that I can share with you to kind of addresses those concerns which you have, which were present when ALPR technology was being rolled out, and will be again present when we talk about rolling out potentially for parking enforcement.
So the data then gets collected and gets removed after a certain amount of time, or how can we be assured that is occurring here?
Mr. Mayor, as Brandon was sharing, so council adopted a policy. We have a current policy on the automated license plate readers, and that's on the city's website on the police department page. We do have Lieutenant Galia that's here that can go over it in detail if council would like that, but it is a policy that we described to the council. You expressed concern about civil liberties, as Brandon shared, and so the council felt that the current policy covered those protections, but we can go over that if you would like,
Right,
Lieutenant
but I
Galia to
don't
come up.
believe I'm not sure we understood it was being used for the parking citation
No,
system.
I'm sorry. If
Okay.
I was confused. We are currently not utilizing ALPR for parking citation. We are currently not using. The extent of ALPR technology is specifically and solely used for police investigations. So sorry for that confusion. What I was laying out here is how ALPR could be used in the future to do parking enforcement. And a part of that would be a discussion like this of putting policies in place. So right now, we are currently not using ALPR technology for any sort of parking enforcement.
And that is not on the council's agenda for direction. We were providing the roadmap, the future of our parking program and the technology needed to achieve really what council has asked us to do, which is to try and eliminate the individual parking meters in the public right-of-way, which are very expensive to maintain. We're throwing really good money after bad in removing the rust and painting and all of that. So it's our way of showing that roadmap to you, but tonight, that's not on your agenda for direction or adoption.
Thank you very much. Anyone on my left with questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
With the Park mobile app, can you extend your time in parking lots A, B, and C?
I believe so, yeah.
You believe so, or you can, or you can't?
That's a function we have. I know there are certain functionalities. Another one that always comes up is being able to reserve a spot. We do not have that functionality available right now, which is if you're driving down to Hermosa, you want to reserve.
Yeah,
I believe you can I'll confirm.
Not necessarily concerned about reserving a spot, and I'm asking this question specifically. We have a couple of businesses in the downtown area, most specifically the Lighthouse and the Comedy and Magic Club. They have 3 and 4 hour shows, sometimes longer, and you have to get a reservation, wait in line, first person best table situation. And so you're sitting in for a comedy show, let's say, for instance, and the 2-hour time limit goes out. The person has to get up in the middle of a show, walk outside, put money in the meter or credit card or whatever, and then come back inside. This is ludicrous. With this new system, would that person be able to sit at his table and pay for 2 more hours?
Ideally, yes. I think
for parking lots A, B, and C.
May I address that? So we do have that ability, and they can extend the time, and there is not an additional transaction fee for extending the time. So it's considered one transaction. They would be able to do that.
And the fee is, I appreciate that, and it's great that there's no fee for extending it, but can you do that now with their current system in lots A, B, and C?
Yeah, and that's a function we would look to roll out for especially the businesses along Pier Avenue that have those single space meters. It's funny that you mentioned that is the biggest selling point. It's almost like you could be a spokesman for Parks Mobile, is that the idea that exactly, you're sitting in a restaurant right now, you have to get up, interrupt whatever you're doing, go pay by credit card. It's very inconvenient. So it is actually a very good indirect economic development tool also, is being able to extend while keeping customers in your business.
So I just want to be clear about the answer. So
you can do
yes,
that
you
now.
can do that now.
Yes, you can do that now.
And if we switch to this new system, that same situation can happen for up and down Hermosa Avenue, for instance?
Yeah, we would keep the same functionality.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's one question. This robust discussion regarding ALPR, when are we having that, tonight, or we're at some future date when it?
No, as City Manager Suja said, that there's no agendized item for any action on ALPR now. The intent from our staff was just to lay out the framework and roadmap of what it could be like. So at the council discretion, we can come back at any time to talk about ALPR. But I think the important part we mentioned here is that first domino, that first step is having the technology backbone in place to be able even to consider implementing ALPR. So this is step one in a long discussion, but a short answer to your question, at any time, we're prepared to come back to council to have that discussion.
Okay, so currently and in the near future, if and when we go change to this system, either in the parking lots or on the street, when we use this multimeter system, the information gathered by ALPR, well, first of all, there won't be any yet, or now or yet, but at some point it could be, and that information will still be sent to the police department. And is that for parking purposes only, or for crime prevention?
It could be a combination of both or separate, and I'll give you a reason why. Right now, anything collected from police staff with ALPR falls under the policy. Again, as you mentioned, that would be a consideration for council too, as to how cleanly you want to delineate, ALPR data for parking versus ALPR data for criminal investigation. I'll tell you, I won't speak on behalf of the police department, but there's a lot of synergy with both, right? I think that the best use case of ALPR is that you're rolling through and you've realized that someone either has an out-of-state license plate, doesn't have a current resident permit program. Oh, by the way, they also have a warrant for their arrest. Yeah. So there are synergies when it comes to investigation, and it kind of is an efficient way to kind of do two things at once, is have that information where that doesn't require another officer to come out, or that's another criminal that's out and not being prosecuted.
Okay, well, please don't misunderstand. I'm not for or against it at all, or in
100%.
any way. I'm actually more for it than anything else. I am just concerned about civil liberties and that sort of thing. And so it seems to make sense that if you're using ALPR for traffic enforcement and some other violation, like expired plate, that car was used in a robbery a minute ago or something, there's value in that, and that we should be able to do that. But I just want to know if and when that does happen, when that information is sent to the police department for a crime investigation, and those records are kept for some period of time, that we'll know about that, and we'll be able to discuss that at a future date.
Oh, 100%. I think
Currently, it's just parking.
Yeah, that would be definitely part of it would go, there's three components, right? The technology portion, the capital component of actually purchasing the cameras.
Yeah.
But we're hitting as the most important part, which is what is the council direction when it comes to guidelines and policy of how this would be implemented in the future.
Okay.
So that definitely conversation needs to happen.
And so, at the beginning of your presentation, which is very good, by the way, I was a little bit confused at the beginning. You were talking about the parking permit process was set to start on February 3rd, and now it's going to be April 1st.
Yeah.
So we're extending the residential parking permit program by 2 months.
Correct. Yeah, we would not be enforcing it. So in the normal years, sans this item, the permit season would begin February. For the new season, residents will apply for the annual certification process. They'd apply for the following year. What we're asking for is just delaying that start. So we would recognize existing permits for essentially 2 or 3 months longer while we were onboarding the technology and then rolling out. So it's a delay of the next year's permit program, but also a extension of the current program.
We did that last year, and I'm familiar with that. There's one problem with that, is that people who have moved into an apartment, let's say today or yesterday, they cannot get a new parking pass, even though they have a registered car and they have a rental agreement and they have all the information they're supposed to have. In order to get a parking pass, they can't get one because we're not issuing them until now April. So
no, but they can get it. So we call it the start of the season because let's say 90% of the people were here last year, they're going to be here next year, right? So it's just the recertification. It's an annual recertification process. So if you're brand new, moving in from Arizona tomorrow, you have the proofs of residency, you come into our office here or go online, you can get a parking permit. So there's no moratorium, there's no shut off. It's just starting the recertification for the following year is being delayed.
So the parking permit that they can get tomorrow morning, let's say,
exactly,
is good only until April 1st? And then they have to buy another one?
Yes.
And do they pay a full annual price for it?
Yeah, so I think the last go around when we had a truncated permit season, I believe council did a prorated amount. So currently as it exists right now, it's the full amount. So it's just unfortunate timing that, yes, as the current policy exists, you move in March 31st, you're paying the full rate. The program kicks off, and following April, you're paying the full rate again. So again, that's the nature of the way the programs went out.
Okay, and so with this that we're talking about right now, what you're asking for is an approval to change to the new system.
Yep.
But you're also asking about all of the parking requirements and rules for the residential parking permit to be approved tonight.
No, we essentially no approval for any changes. I think we're demonstrating is that the program and outline as it exists now have worked from when it comes to an implementation aspect. That we're asking for just a delay, agreeing for new technology, and give us that buffer to implement. But indirect staff recommendation is the program requirements have worked from our perspective, and we would kindly recommend that we keep them as is. And this is our goal is to come back every year with an annual update. And if we go this full year with new technology, new rollout, our goal is to get feedback. And if council wants to tweak some of the requirements potentially next year, we're more than willing to have that open discussion. But I think recommendation here is to have the technology rollout in place to see the efficiencies and then make those recommendations or tweaks later.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But last year when we did this, we were way far behind. This extension was not just a couple months, it was, I think August, whatever.
Yeah.
And at that point, personally, I was pleased with most of what we'd done, but I thought there was some need to tweak things a little bit. And I was told, okay, well, fine, when we come around the next year, now, we will be able to make some adjustments to the parking program, a resident parking program.
I recognize
And now here we are, months away, weeks away from the parking program being started, and we're saying, well, we can make some tweaks next year.
So let me
That
address
is not what was the plan, and I disagree with that. So,
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might address that, you are absolutely correct. And that's the reason we've come before you to ask for the authorization to change our software system. Last year, when council directed us to make the changes that you did, they seemed reasonably simple. They were not complex changes. However, our current vendor took 4 to 6 months, and we checked in almost daily through our finance director and other staff members. They took that many months in order to make those software changes that we weren't able to make. And so for us to be able to be more dynamic with the policy directions that you provide, we absolutely must change that. So that is step one, and we are appealing to you this evening to approve that so that we may be better prepared to dynamically enact the changes the council adopts.
okay, so I have no problem with the software change. That's fine. And then I believe that will be easier for us to make those changes. That's very true. But as far as waiting until next February, and then wait until there's 2 weeks before we're supposed to start the new permits, and then make those changes, I don't think that's what I want to do personally, and I'm not sure about the rest of the council.
Absolutely.
In the staff report, there is a number of feedback information that came. Oh, well, we want to bring this back. We'd like to change this. We want to go back to something partly about that. Those changes or tweaks to the program, I think, are important, and I was expecting to be able to make those before this season. So I'm okay with the software for this evening. If that's what we do, if that's what the rest of the council wants to do, that's fine. But as far as the changes to the residential parking program in general, I think we need to have a more thorough discussion about it.
Probably like summer or fall. Definitely before we're back here next year at this time.
Well, definitely before we're back here next year.
So
I don't want to
summer,
wait until
fall sometime. Yeah.
26.
Right.
Right. So I would like to see it, well, we can't do it now, I suppose, unless we do it at our next meeting. We might have time to do that then. I don't know. I would be interested in finding out what everybody else thinks about that.
If the council's direction is to bring an item back to make substantive changes or reasonable changes to the parking permit program, while also adopting our transition to a new software, that would require the start date of the program to be longer than the April date that we've provided. So that's up to the council. If council wants to delay the 2025 program to a later time, similar to what happened last year, then that's what would happen.
We're talking about August again?
Not necessarily, it would be sooner, but we have to get the software up. We need at least until April to get the software up, and then likely we'd be able to make the changes very quickly.
Well, then, is it possible to have this discussion about the residential parking permit process at our next meeting and make a decision about what changes we might want to make to it while this evening approving the software change? And then when the software is ready, we'll be ready with some changes to make to it.
If there are 3 council members that wish to do that, absolutely.
Okay. And that would go along with whatever motions made this evening about this.
So that is feasible. We're not backed up to a problem here where we're going to delay this whole thing if we do this.
No, I don't want to delay the software at all. No.
I think a key point is to consider is it depends on what the change is, right? So the example is if you want to change the residency requirements, that's just documentation changes. That's no functional change in the software. However, if you're talking about a rollout of more stickers or a vast change that kind of changes the bones and structure of the program itself, then you get a situation where software implementation takes a while anyway, right? We're talking about 2-3 months of bringing a whole new process in place and training. Throwing in and layering in different changes would potentially, depending on the vastness of it, push that March date, April date out.
I understand. What I'm talking about is some of the feedback that was in the staff report, and I'm not going to get into the weeds about any one in particular or any several of them. But for instance, the number of permits you can have versus maybe we should add one to that or not add one to that or change it and go up or down or something. Those kind of changes can be made easily, and there's not a big deal. I think, to be honest with you, we should have had this discussion about changes to the parking program months ago. So it's already done, regardless of software changes and regardless of any of that. Waiting until January, a few weeks before we're supposed to roll out the new stickers, the new permits, I think is not good timing, and we should have had this discussion a while back.
No, I appreciate that feedback, and I agree with you. I think the key crux of this, as Sujin mentioned, was that technology piece. So what we've been doing behind the scenes over this past few months is gathering all that feedback. We realized through a holistic analysis that the software is the root of a lot of these issues. So our focus and attention has been on implementing and proposals when it comes to software solutions. But your point is well taken that, yeah, there needs to be, if not now or in the future, a more robust discussion of how is it working for you as council and you and
Right.
as residents?
Right, and for the most part, it's working pretty well, I think. But there are some things that need to be fixed.
Correct.
And I don't want to wait till next year, February, to do this then.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, and if we can work both things together, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and we'll be transparent of what that looks like if it comes to will this delay the permit season, so you guys are able to make an informed decision of cost benefits. Is it worthwhile to make this X change to be able to push out a month or two, or can it wait until, as Mayor Francois mentioned, perhaps having a discussion late summer? So that's something that council can decide on.
Well, that would be hopefully a robust discussion next 2 weeks from now.
We love parking, so yeah.
Any more questions?
Nope, that's
Okay.
it, thank you.
Councilman Keegan, were you itching to?
Well, I think that those are some good questions, some good dialogue there, but I think we got to focus on tonight is the proposal at hand. We have to make this separate. I agree that we need to make changes and tweaks to the program, but we need to separate them and move this forward or not.
Yes, that's our
And then
recommendation.
if we want to have another discussion about changes, that would be a separate item.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Detoy, no? Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. Thank you, Brandon. You mentioned paving and striping.
Yep.
If we go to the license plate reader. I went to UCLA a couple months ago, and I went to the meter. All I did was put in my license plate.
Yes.
There was no space associated with it. What is that system?
So that is an option, but again, like you mentioned, that's predicated on ALPR. You'll notice a lot of new age parking structures are all on ALPR. You read your license plate coming in, and that's how it's enforced. So that isn't also an option. So what I was mentioning about pay by space would be an interim period. It would be the crude way of doing multi-space is marking and numbering each individual space. You go up to the kiosk, you pay by number. But you're 100% correct. There is, with ALPR technology, a way to register for parking and pay for parking by license plate. But again, predicated by ALPR technology, especially when it comes to enforcement.
So that would then eliminate the requirement for the paving and the striping, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which certainly makes sense in my mind. We see a lot of cars on the streets that are covered. A lot of people put their covers on their car for whatever reason. Can you read with a cover on?
I'm going to say no, unless there's some sort of special X-ray technology, but that would be an issue. I think that would probably have to, you're never going to take the human out of technology, right? So you still need an officer to lift the cover or just to do a wellness check on that vehicle. So you're very good at identifying the one-off cases, but in that instance, AI and robots cannot lift covers yet to be able to identify license plates. So
that's another feature that's another thing that our CSOs have to do now is lift up the cover, see if there's a valid license plate, see then if there's a sticker, so they can lift up the front, then lift up the back.
Yep, but that's a lot easier to do when you're not having to chalk and come back and manually monitor vehicles. So you wouldn't never eliminate the human potentially 100%, but technology is a great assistance tool.
Well, I'm super excited to get rid of those meters, reclaim that.
I saw you light up as soon as I went to that slide, so I knew.
we can reclaim that sidewalk space. Yep. We can improve the sidewalks, and so I'm giddy with excitement to move this thing forward. So thank you.
Yep.
Any more questions for staff? Okay. Madam City Clerk, is there anyone turned in any cards to speak on this? Okay, is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Okay, is there anyone online?
Yes, we have Anthony Higgins. Anthony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Yeah, hello again. The roadmap, I just hope we're very careful not to introduce any more enforcement gaps as we follow this roadmap. Right now, if you look at the 1 hour zone between May 15th and September 15th in the residential areas, there is a huge problem with enforcement. They don't do mobile tire jockey. 6 years ago, when we had the tricycles, they came by twice in the morning and twice in the evening to enforce the 1 hour limits in the residential areas. They don't today. Now, basically, it's foot enforcement, and that doesn't work. Basically, we're paying for a permit and getting no enforcement. I'm hoping that somehow this mobile technology with LPR results in the ability to measure how long a vehicle has been in a space, and if it doesn't have a permit and it's in a residential neighborhood in the 1 hour enforcement zones, that there is a solution. Because right now we don't have adequate enforcement. We don't want to introduce any more enforcement gaps because that's just going to make our parking situation worse. And just on an administrative note, it would sure be nice if the presentation that shows up on Zoom, the slides were enlarged and didn't appear in a little small box that you can't read. Meanwhile, we see a full-blown picture of the person. No more enforcement gaps, please. Thank you.
Next, we have Brad Scott. Brad Scott, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking. Okay, let's move over to Matt McCool. Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking. Please dial *9 to unmute yourself. Okay, we're going to move over to Laura Pena. Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Hello, yes, this is Laura Pena. I'm just calling in. I had emailed a series of questions as the public comment, and I hope some of them get addressed. I'm not going to reiterate them again. I think the reason why, for me, there was a little bit of confusion is because when I read the staff report on page 12, and it talked about these automated license plate readers, ALPR, for parking enforcement, I said, okay, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're looking at doing. And how the staff report reads, it talks about as CEOs drive around Hermosa Beach, they will be collecting license plate data of all cars in the vicinity and automatically sending to the real-time crime center. I realize now that's not what's happening, but as the staff report read, that's how I inferred it. So I think there just needs to be more clarification. So I would appreciate that. The other thing in regards to the ordinance that you guys are going to be voting on, I'm assuming, is on page 4. I Section 4, Item C, commercial enterprises. The city manager or designee may issue a single affixed residential parking permit to bona fide employees of the businesses within the impacted area. And each owner of the business in the impacted area may be issued. My question is, as a business owner on Pier Avenue on the 400 block, are we going to be allowed to utilize this for our employees? Or are we going to be excluded from the impacted area? And if we are indeed excluded from the impacted area, what kind of resolution can we get? Because we're at a disadvantage in that sense. The other thing I was looking at is the automated license plate reader policy 429 from the police department. And as it reads under operations, the use of ALPR is restricted to the purposes described below. And it's basically official law enforcement business. So I guess I'm assuming that when this comes back, that policy is going to be updated if indeed it becomes a tool used in parking management. So I just wanted to get some clarification on that, and I appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brett Scott, please dial *9 to mute yourself. Your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you. Sorry for that prior technical error. My name is Brad Scott. I've been a resident of Hermosa Beach since 1996. Along with my wife, we have 4 adult driving age kids. 2 of them were living with us full time last year, creating a 4-car household most of the time and a 6-car household some of the time. Although we use our garage nightly, we are forced to juggle which car can use the garage versus the guest pass versus which one has the permanent permit versus who has to sometimes park a quarter mile away from the house. I didn't apply for a 4th car permit because the process is so confusing, and some of the vehicles are registered to me, so under my name, and so the 4th permit would likely not have been granted anyway. So please don't use the low number of people that applied or didn't apply for the 4th permit as an indication of need. During the week and anytime other during the summer, there is never an issue with finding parking along Hermosa Avenue. Public parking is a scarce resource, especially during the summer and on the weekends. And it's a resource that should be prioritized for the residents, not the visitors. Since council limited the parking permits to 3 per household and 1 pass per registered owner, among the other changes, the parking program has been incredibly frustrating and frankly a disaster for many of the residents in the impacted zone. The reason the current software is probably not adequate is because the program has become so confusing and complicated. I encourage City Council to maintain the existing software. Clearly, Council has not been provided enough time to fully evaluate the options. Revert back to the prior resident parking program policy that served the city so well for so many years, keeping it simple and allowing residents to purchase permits for all the vehicles in their household. Thank you.
I do not see any additional virtual hands raised.
Okay. Was there one that wasn't available? Are they available now, or?
It was Matt McCall. He had his hand raised, but then
Okay. All
his
right.
virtual hand is
Okay.
unraised.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Bringing it back to the council. Questions, comments, deliberations, action?
No questions.
Is anyone interested in entertaining a motion?
I will. I move that we approve staff recommendation as to authorizing this new software program, Park Mobile. But I do want to include in that a discussion regarding residential parking permit program changes at our next meeting. Other than that, recommend staff, move to approve staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion to approve staff recommendation and come back next council meeting with a discussion on what we can change regarding parking permits and the parking program.
Yeah, let me be clear, that we approve tonight
Yeah.
this software
Right.
program, right?
Sure.
as staff recommendation, with the caveat of the residential parking permit program. We discussed changes to that at our next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask for clarification? The staff recommendation includes 2 contracts. So there's Park Mobile and, okay, so you mean
Yep.
both of them?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, both of them. Yep,
Thank
both.
you.
Seconded.
So I have a quick clarification. One of the recommendations also informally was to formally delay the kickoff of the permit program from February to April. Due to the time constraints, the next meeting will be January 28th. If it's so decided that there isn't that change, that is a very, very tight time frame. So just getting some guidance from council when it comes to, we can still have the discussion on the 28th regarding the changes to the program, but maybe some guidance on whether or not the council is comfortable with delaying the permit season past.
Well, staff recommendation was to delay that, correct?
That's part of the staff
So delay
recommendation.
it till
yes.
April, which is fine for the moment.
Perfect. Thank you for that
And
clarification.
we'll roll with the punches when it happens.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Question for staff. When does the 1-hour enforcement start? Is it March 15th? May 15th?
May
Okay.
15th.
15th, yeah.
I'm not
Is
one of these.
is my mic on? Can you hear that?
It is now.
Yep.
I'm not one of the folks that has the tickets or part of the passes. To put some guardrails on the conversation on the 28th. I know we have made a lot of changes. I don't know if there's, instead of having it come back holistically with everything that we've changed up to date, is there specific items so we don't have to have this very broad conversation about the
I was going to
residential parking
suggest
passes?
keep the items limited to those things that could be implemented without delaying the program. Would that be an acceptable?
Not to me.
That's my thought on it.
Yeah, well, that's nice, but what's the point of it?
Well, we can go through those ones that would require more extensive in the summertime or something. Yeah, I don't know,
I think that we should address the many questions that people in the city have expressed to me and others about the possible changes to the residential parking permit program. If we decide let me finish, please. If we decide in the next meeting that we don't want to do anything, we don't want to make any changes, well, then that's up to us to do that, and everything's great. April 1st works fine, we move on with it. If there's 1 or 2 small things we'd want to change, maybe that will extend it again for a period of time or not. We don't even know that, if that's even the case.
A quick comment regarding Councilmember DeToy's question. If there is any guidance when it comes to not necessarily specific changes, but ideas, they're looking at revitalizing the guest permit program or looking to increase the amount of sticker permits, that would help staff in determining, coming back to you well prepared on the 28th with, if we were to make that change, would it cause a delay? I think we may be in a situation on the 28th where it may be a murky area where we'd have to work with the vendor to figure out, hey, would this change require shifting out? So any kind of guidance or context would be
And
extremely
that's my
helpful.
question. Is it just the number of residential parking permits that you want to change, or?
No, there were several recommendations for changes that were in the staff report. I see this as a public hearing. There will be people that will come here and say, this is what I'm concerned about, this is my situation, so on and so forth. Those things can all be digested, distilled down into a set of changes that we may want to make, and then we make that decision then. And if it delays it, it delays it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We don't even know if that will even be the case yet. So I don't want to be too specific about guidelines about anything,
Right,
because we don't know what they're going to be.
I mean, when we start talking about one thing, then it affects another. I mean, I'd end up saying, let's scrap the whole thing, go back the way it was last
Yeah, I
year
know.
and start from there and maybe tweak it just a little, so.
Because it's easy.
Well, yeah,
what
we've got a complicated system as it is, and we're going to make it more and more complicated going on. And, how much more complicated we're going to make the darn thing by tweaking
not
this and that and
necessarily
the other
true.
thing.
Mr. Mayor?
Necessarily true.
Sure.
If I may, so if council adopts the motion that was just made, we can bring back an item on the 28th based on what you direct at that time. And I do think we need some direction on what to include, at least as a baseline for what the staff report will contain. But whatever decisions or recommendations you make on the 28th, we can let you know how much of a delay that would create. And so then perhaps that influences your decision. It's hard to say right now what would pose a delay and what would not. We can speculate, but it isn't until you provide that direction.
All right, well, then if we need to do something along those lines, then why not make it include the feedback that was listed in this, it was listed in the staff report. There were, I think, 4 or 5 items. It's just people complained about this, that, and the other thing, and there was a list of things, 4 or 5 things in the staff report.
We can do that.
So let's use that, but not limited to, but let's start with that as our basis for what we want to discuss.
We can do that.
Yeah. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're talking about,
And if that's all right with my second, then I'd be willing to accept that as the motion.
I mean, I think it gets really complicated, and like I said, one thing affects another before you know it.
I appreciate your opinion. I just happen to disagree with you. It's not any more complicated than it was last time. We had a discussion about it. We agreed on what we should do. There were a few things I wanted to have done, like, for instance, having some mapping system to where you had to show how many parking places you had before you could get any permits. That didn't happen, didn't make the grade. So it didn't go on. I'm not suggesting we start over and do that either. All I'm saying is there were 4 or 5 suggestions in the staff report of changes that we could make. And I'm willing to start with that. Let's just leave it at that. And go from there. It's not difficult. By the way, we're not charged with doing things here just because they're easy to do. We're charged with doing the right thing. And if there is a large number of people in the city who are unhappy with the residential parking permit program as it is now, I think we'd at least owe it to them as their elected officials to address their concerns. Whether we change it or not, and how deeply we change it, and how complicated it gets is beside the point. The point is that it needs to be addressed, and I think we should, and I think we should do it on our next meeting. That's what we're here for.
Councilmember Keegan, you're the seconder of this motion. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, I think we're doing it a lot of things into one motion, which I didn't want to do, but I'll second that.
Okay. So we're not necessarily limited to just those 4 items listed in the staff report.
I'm not sure if there were 4. I think there were 5.
It's on page 6 of the staff report, there's 5.
There's some on page 2, but.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Keegan.
I don't think you're ever limited by the 4 things they suggest. You can bring up 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right, okay, wide open then, huh? All right.
Call a question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let's call a question.
Oh, you want to call the question? I thought you had a question.
No, I want to vote.
Okay. Go ahead, Madam City Clerk. Let's run the vote here. So the amendment isn't listed, is it?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, the tally is up on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you please announce the vote?
Motion carries 4-1.
With Councilmember Detoy, a no. And the amendment, I didn't see it listed, but it's there.
Correct,
It's
yes.
not
The
listed.
staff, yeah, just
Okay.
because it's not on the, sometimes the amendments are difficult for Madam City Clerk to fully encapsulate in that system. It's what Mr. Mayor Pro Tem articulated in his motion that was seconded by Councilmember Keegan is the will of the council.
Thank you. Okay, Madam City Clerk, what do we have next on our agenda?
Next, we have 13E, award of construction contract for CIP 424 annual storm drain improvements.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council. I'm here for the award of a contract for CIP 424. If you go to the next slide, please. This project is to address some storm drain issues that we're having at the intersection of Bard Street and Oak Street. Public Works Engineering had received a number of complaints from the residents at Marine Land Mobile Home Park for storm water that washes down Oak Street in Bard and was going into the residential area and causing a lot of issues. And so engineering conducted a drainage study, and we looked at this area to catch the storm water to help mitigate this concern. We've constructed a new storm drain, a new manhole, new pipes, and a new curb ramp. Next. We advertised in October, and we just opened the bids in November 21. Next slide. We received a total of 8 bids for the project, so there was good interest. If you go to the next slide, they all range from about $209,000 to $343,000. The low end was close to the engineer's estimate. There are a number of items that we look at for bid completeness to ensure that we're getting a qualified bidder. The apparent low bidder, AI Engineering, who came in at $209,000, only did not list the 3 required projects of similar construction for public projects, and so we determined that they were non-responsible. So we are recommending award to the second lowest bidder, Palp Inc., who did meet all the requirements. Next. The overall schedule for this, should council award the contract, is to start in February, potentially March. It's a small project with wrap up around April, potentially May. And Public Works would oversee all the construction. Next. And with that, we ask that council consider award of this contract for $212,000. We are seeking a $50,000 project contingency to cover any unknowns in the field. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any council members with any questions? Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Joe. Access to Bard there and then the alleyway behind the businesses, are those going to be restricted during construction?
We're going to do what we can to maintain access to the greatest extent possible. There will be some localized impacts, but we're going to work with the contractor to make sure that some access can get through.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No.
Okay. Anyone from the public wishing to comment this evening? Do we have anyone online?
I do not see any virtual hands raised.
Okay, bringing it back to the council.
Mr. Mayor, I move staff's recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Great. Motion and a second. Without any more questions, Madam City Clerk, please open voting. Okay, the vote tallies on the screen. You announce the results.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Thank you. And what is next on our agenda?
It's item 13F, City Council Committee Reorganization.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, or Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is the opportunity that the council has to reorganize itself in terms of the appointments at the committee level. And what we have up here is your current appointments. So as of the July 15th special meeting, you acted to appoint mayor, mayor pro tem, Los Angeles City Selection Committee delegate, South Bay City Sanitation District delegate, and the South Bay City Sanitation District alternate.
Former Councilmember Massey was the city's delegate to the Clean Power Alliance, South Bay City's Council of Government and Steering Committee, and the West Basin Water Association. Delegate reassignments for these committees must be made this evening, as well as any modifications or reaffirming of current appointments. Staff recommends City Council to reassign committee delegates, alternates, or reaffirm current appointments, adopt a resolution to reflect delegate alternate changes, if anything, to the South Bay City City's Council of Governments, and add and/or delete any committees or temporary subcommittees as appropriate. And the next few slides contain the list of current appointments and subcommittees. And that concludes the report.
Okay. You want to just go through each one from the top on the list here?
We have public comment first.
Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness.
Then-
Any
then we
questions
can-
of
Then we can
staff?
horse trade.
Any questions of staff? Okay. Anyone out in the audience wishing to comment? Is there anyone online?
I do not see any virtual hands raised.
Okay, bringing it back to council now. So just going down the list, we've got Beach Cities Health District. Councilman Detoy, did you want to continue with that?
If someone is eager, they can have it, but I have no problem continuing being the Beach Cities Health District rep.
Okay, we got California Contract Cities. Jackson's a delegate, Detoy is the alternate.
Ray's doing a great job.
What's that?
Ray's doing a great job.
Okay. Joint Powers Authority. We have Jackson as the delegate and Seaman as the alternate.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Unless you want to be the delegate?
Want to switch?
Sure.
I'm good
We'll
with
still,
that.
we'll still go together. That was fun last time.
We can save on gas. I'm fine with switching, that's okay.
Clean Power Alliance Board. We have Massey as the delegate and Doug Kraus as the alternate. So we typically have the staff person as the alternate on this? Is that what we do? And the alternate usually goes to the meetings or what?
Yes, the environmental program manager is the alternate, but the delegate did attend on most occasions, along with Doug. But if the alternate, I'm sorry, if the delegate is not available, then staff is present, but that was something Mayor Massey attended.
As I recall, I don't think anyone wanted the other position.
Well, Massey did.
No, not Massey, I'm talking about the alternate, I think.
Oh.
I think
There
our
was
newest
no other
member is
volunteer,
chomping
at
at the
least,
bit.
I guess. I'm not sure, I shouldn't have put it that way. But there was no volunteer for that, so Doug Kraus was appointed.
He was volunteered, yes.
He was volunteered, yeah, at the point of a bayonet, I guess, but nonetheless, he was volunteered, so,
He's doing a great job, though.
yeah, thanks.
Well, does anyone have an interest to be on this board?
I have my wife works every Thursday, so that'd be a big conflict with childcare based on the timing.
Are those meetings online?
I don't believe so. They attended in person. Let me check. Where is he? Are they online? We'll find out before the end of the meeting if you wanted to skip to the next one. My recollection is that the attendance was in person. Doug went in person. Justin went in person.
Yeah, some of these agencies, they stick to in person, I know. The sanitation board does. Are there any volunteers? If not, we'll move on. Find out something later, okay. Most Beach Sister City, we have Seaman as the delegate and Detoy as the alternate.
I'm happy with the way it is.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you're still good for alternate, cool.
Independent Cities Association, we have Jackson as the delegate and Seaman as the alternate.
You're both doing great jobs.
I'm good with that, the way it is.
Moving right along, the KHHR Network Committee, which has not met in the whole year I've been on it, so I don't know if that's still active or what it is. It's the Hawthorne Airport, right?
Correct, and that meeting has not been called recently. So it is ad hoc as needed.
Okay,
Although,
excuse me?
let me ask Anne, have we received notifications for I don't get the agendas for that, okay. We can reconnect with them and see if they are still meeting on the third Thursdays. However, I have not seen an agenda in quite a while.
Yeah, I think I inquired once and found out they weren't meeting, but, because I'm listed as the delegate, and Councilmember Detour, you're the alternate. We're doing a great job, huh?
Great job.
Are we doing okay?
Just so I don't look like I'm not trying.
Oh, you want to volunteer? You want to
I'll
volunteer?
take the alternate.
Okay. Is that okay?
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, the meeting schedule was too strenuous.
I
Gonna volunteer for-
think the Clean Power Alliance is also a good one for him, as the alternate to Doug, maybe.
I opted not to use them.
It's okay. You're not required to use them. You're not required
Got
to
a
use them.
requirement for the position, right?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. It says here that the CNC for this committee meets on the third Thursday of the following months: January, April, July, and October. So January 16th of this year, April 17th, July 17th, and October 16th. And the meeting time is 6 p.m. And it's at the Hawthorne Memorial Center.
So it has met, it's been meeting for the last year?
Well, it just says right here on the.
Oh, yeah, I know that's what it says.
Yeah, for the 2025. So there will be a meeting this year or on January 16th of 2025.
How would you like to be the delegate and I'll be
No.
the alternate?
No.
You afraid they might be meeting, huh?
Next.
Okay, the League of California Cities, I'm the delegate and Seaman is the alternate. Okay, you're doing a good job, Rob.
You too.
City Selection Committee is always the mayor, and when that changes, we change that, right, at the time?
Yep.
And, which hardly ever meets. The West Vector Control Board is our Jim Fazzola, delegate, okay. And the International Airport Community Noise Roundtable has myself as the delegate and Detoy as the alternate.
This runs into an issue with sanitation district, I feel like every month. Is that-
Yeah, I know, that's the problem. The sanitation district has conflicted with it, and Detoy's been filling in for me.
So I don't know if Michael Keegan was very interested in the LA airport noise,
No,
or Mayor Pro Tem.
not really, no.
No?
I can't.
It is
make-
on Zoom.
I can't make Thursday meetings at 7:30 p.m.
This is third
Oh,
Wednesday.
excuse me, third.
This is Wednesdays, so you're available, right?
Perfect.
Third Wednesday of odd-numbered months.
Thank you for your service, Rob.
Okay,
You want to be the delegate?
sure, what the heck.
Okay, I'll be the alternate. Got it.
And Mr. Mayor, if it changes anyone's calculation, the Clean Power Alliance does offer satellite locations, and one of the satellite location is Torrance. It's close by. So not virtual, but much closer than downtown.
They set up a virtual in Torrance is what they do.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that clarification. We have the South Bay COG, and here we have Massey as the delegate and Jackson as the alternate.
I'm interested in that.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm interested in remaining on as the delegate, if that's the so desire.
You want to be not the alternate, you want to be the delegate?
Correct.
Then I'll be the alternate.
Okay, the
And we still
COG
attend together.
Steering Committee
still
is
attend
the
together,
same as that one?
Right, I also want to mention that I went to an orientation of the COG, and all of you could be an alternate. And everyone can be an alternate, so it really wouldn't hurt everyone if they wanted to be an alternate, because then if you went and someone couldn't go, you could vote, and plus, to be there, you got to kind of be an alternate. So I would
So
suggest,
there's no auto, do you have to designate it ahead of time, or?
no, you just designate it, but you're just an alternate. We can list them in order, but I would just suggest in case you want to go, it's a good idea to be an alternate.
Some cities send 2 people,
Yeah.
3 people.
3 people, 4 people.
So,
So, just a thought. They announced that when I went to the orientation, so
Yeah.
I just want you to know that's available. But I'll be the first alternate.
First alternate, okay. So now we have the sanitation district, which is the mayor and the mayor pro tem.
You're doing a great job.
Gee, thanks. I'm concerned about rate hikes coming up. Be careful. And they wanted to raise the salaries of the directors. Anyway, just filling you in, Rob.
I beg your pardon?
No, filling you in. Okay, we have the SCAG. We have Jackson as the delegate. Still interested?
yeah, I enjoy the SCAG, but if somebody really wants it, I have no problem with.
No, thanks.
We have the Watershed Advisory Council of the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, which is another one that has not met in the last year, but I'm interested in continuing with that.
I'll stay as alternate.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And we have the West Basin Water Association, where Massey was the delegate and Etoy the alternate.
I'd be interested in that.
Okay. First Tuesday. Now we're moving on to our city council subcommittees.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, do we want to go back to the Clean Power Alliance, or do we want to table that for?
Yeah, I was trying to avoid it, but anyway,
Sorry,
okay.
fair enough. I
We're
just want to make
back up
sure,
here
I didn't want to
clean-
bring up a sore subject. You may want to.
Okay. What are we doing about Clean Power Alliance Board? Anyone interested?
If no one else, if there's no one else, I could backfill for Doug.
Oh, you want to be an alternate? We can move Doug up to,
I'm okay with that, and
Delegate?
I would try to attend if possible.
Does the elected need to be a delegate, or
Doug's
can
not
the
here to
staff
defend
as a
himself.
I think you have to get it done.
primary?
The delegate should be the elected.
Well, there's a should be, then there's a must be. If there's a,
So Ray wants to be the delegate.
I mean, I can always be the delegate, but that doesn't mean I will attend all the meetings. So, okay,
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
thanks.
I'm taking one for the team, boys, just so you know.
You can carpool with Doug.
Does he have a green car?
He may.
Okay, on to our city council committee, delegate and alternate appointments. So the first committee we have is the finance subcommittee, which was supposed to be dissolved at the end of this year. Is it continuing, or it has Detoy and Jackson on it?
Council needs to decide to continue it.
I thought it was beneficial to continue it. That's up to everyone else as well.
I'm sorry, who's on it right now?
Myself and Ray.
What does the finance subcommittee do?
We engage the committee as the budget is prepared and go over high-level matters that will be presented in the city manager's budget. And if there are questions or thoughts on how to, how to better organize them, I'm trying to think back to the last meeting, but we do go over the budget with the committee and take any recommendations and then incorporate them and then bring it to the council. But it can take any nature that the committee wants. So far, it's just been in that advisory capacity, and then we bring it back to
Did
the
it meet
council.
this past year during, it did?
It did.
Did the recommendations, were they brought forward to us, or were they just used internally?
It was feedback that was provided, but it was reflected in the draft budget to the council.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to make it clear what that committee had decided so that we all know what their recommendations were. I think it'd be important.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, we keep that one going. The Joint Use Park Amenities Subcommittee.
We need to bring that back up. We met once.
What is the Joint Use Park Amenities Subcommittee?
We
That's our-
discussed.
the naming committee?
No. This is, we met with the two Redondo Beach
Oh,
Council
yeah,
members.
that's correct. Yeah,
We
what
met
happened with
once,
that?
and then it kind of,
They went pickleball instead of swimming.
Pickleball instead of swimming.
that was the whole idea, is especially coming out of the Parks Master Plan, I think it'd be good to keep it going. Talking about open spaces in both cities, and if there was a way to share amenities, either pickleball, swimming pool, whatever it is. So just kind
Yeah.
of keep that.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Who's on that one?
Seaman and Detoy. If either of you two didn't want to do it, I wouldn't mind filling in instead, but I'll leave it up to you. If you still want to be on it, that's fine. That's all.
I could leave it the way it is.
Okay. Lifeguard Plaque Subcommittee. Now, this is
You and I, isn't it?
myself and Seaman, and we met once and
Yep.
never.
Yep. Thought it was a great idea. Talked about some possibilities.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened, but I guess we need to keep it alive. We're doing something,
I
right?
think so.
Yeah, that's,
Mr. Mayor, for each of these subcommittees that are being extended, we would like to have a date that you extend to because it is a subcommittee, so you can indicate that it's a date until the next reorg meeting, but we need a date.
Right next reorg meeting.
So we got to go back and do all three.
well, or do we just want to extend them all a year? Isn't that easier? We can just talk about
Correct.
it next year then.
Correct, if that's what the council wishes.
Sure. I mean, unless there's one that specifically has an end date, but I don't see one yet.
This next one, May.
The next one.
The
Oh, here we
Greenbelt
are,
and
the
South
Greenbelt
Park.
Trail
Now-
renaming.
Now South Park as well, based on their action tonight.
Right.
The only end date I see is when both of those items come before council, but that's not a date certain yet.
Well, on this one, we basically retire it when the recommendation is made. So
Right.
that's
So it's
good.
extended a year until,
Well, we don't pick a date, we just say, as it's listed here, retired following the formal review and
Okay.
consideration, however long it takes.
perfect.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, regarding the lifeguard plaque subcommittee, you and Mayor Pro Tem absolutely did do a great job, but I wanted to, it's been a while, but the committee, the individuals that were sponsors of the item, they withdrew their request, so there's not a need for this subcommittee at this time. So we'd like to ask that you decommission it at this time, because the community committee that brought this forward they've withdrawn their request for now.
Right. Yeah, in fact, we had never met.
Oh, yeah, we did one.
You did
It
one.
has
meeting.
Commissioners Maroney and Lang, I don't remember. We did,
We
okay.
did, yeah.
It must have been an online meeting, huh? Probably.
Yeah, it was,
Okay.
actually, it was Zoom.
Yeah,
And we discussed the, putting the plaques
yeah.
along the plaza there on that curved wall.
So,
How much room there was and how many we should put up. And
so
And there was-
basically, we just disband this, and then if a new request comes in, we start over,
start a new one.
whenever that is.
Correct, correct.
Okay, sound good with everyone? Yeah. Cool. Okay, looks like we've polished it up. Is
Mr.
there a motion?
Mayor, I move that we approve the city council committee reorg based on our conversation tonight.
Second?
Okay,
Well, and so there are a few distinct, obviously that is sufficient, where we're going to handle them one by one, because we also have to adopt the resolution to reflect the delegate alternate changes, if any, to the South Bay COG, and then, of course, reflect the deletion of that lifeguard plaque subcommittee and the extension dates, but if you guys wanted to handle them one by one, that's your prerogative.
You mean three separate motions, or?
You can do it all in one motion. I just want to make sure that that the record is clear. We are doing, that the item for you guys' discussion has 3 separate and distinct actions. So you guys.
As listed in the staff report.
As listed in the staff report,
That's
correct,
what we
Mr.
need.
Mayor.
As listed in the staff report is.
Didn't you say that?
Oh, if you said that, Councilmember DeTore, I apologize if I misheard you.
As listed in the staff report.
Okay.
And I second.
Great, okay. Madam City Clerk, could we have a vote?
We are waiting for Councilmember Jackson to vote.
His computer's restarting.
Say it doesn't work and just do it verbally. Yes.
Okay, the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the results?
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And our last agenda item, moving right along here.
We have 13G, the city council meeting scheduled for 2025.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I'm here to present your favorite item, City Council meeting schedule for 2025. So this is the time for the City Council to review and approve its meeting schedule for the year. The council meets regularly on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month. Traditionally, the months of August and December have had only one meeting due to the summer vacation season in August and the winter holiday season in December. In addition to the regular meetings, proposed study sessions and special meetings are listed for council consideration, and additional meetings may be scheduled as needed. The table on the left shows the proposed changes to the regular meetings. For February 11th this year, the League of California Cities City Managers Conference will be held February 4th through the 7th. This conference is attended by both our city manager and deputy city manager. This would not allow sufficient time for staff report reviews and for the agenda to be posted by the regular deadline of February 6th. Therefore, staff is recommending no meeting on February 11th. April 22nd. In April, we hold the annual CIP study session. We'll also be holding the special meeting for the next election of the mayor and mayor pro tem in April. So to avoid holding 4 city council meetings in 1 month, staff is recommending holding the CIP study session on April 22nd in place of the regular meeting. August 12th. August is the summer vacation season, so we are recommending only 1 meeting that month. September 23rd meeting conflicts with Rosh Hashanah, when work is prohibited, from September 22nd through the 24th. Council may choose to keep the meeting date as is, reschedule the meeting to September 30th, or cancel the meeting. November 11th conflicts with Veterans Day holiday. Staff is recommending rescheduling the meeting to Monday, November 17th. November 25th, this is Thanksgiving week, and staff recommends no meeting. December 9th and 23rd, this is the winter holiday season when typically only 1 meeting is held. Last year, council opted to not hold any meetings in December. So council may choose to do the same again this year or hold 1 meeting on December 9th. The table on the right shows the proposed special meeting dates. Tuesday, April 29th would be the next election of mayor and mayor pro tem, which is held approximately every 9.6 months. Thursday, May 29th would be the annual budget study session. Saturday, August 30th would be the annual city council retreat. Tuesday, September 30th would be the rescheduled regular meeting from September 23rd if council chooses to reschedule that meeting. Monday, November 17th would be the rescheduled meeting from November 11th due to Veterans Day. Attachment 1 to the staff report is the full draft 2025 meeting schedule. So following council's review and direction of its 2025 meeting schedule, staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution to formally establish the 2025 City Council meeting dates and times. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ann. You do a great job keeping us on track on what we're doing and all our Outlook calendars and everything else. So are there any questions for staff before we go for public participation? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the audience wishing to comment on this? Okay, is there anyone online?
There is. Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Hello, Mayor Francois, City Council staff, Matt McCool. Apologize about the technical issues from the previous agenda item. Wanted to call in on this item is because, first and foremost, I think we need to address the December meetings. December 9th for 2025, that is absolutely should be mandatory. Case in point, this particular agenda item should have been done in December. It's now in January. So that is an absolute must to have that. The more city council meetings that we have, the more interaction you have with the public. And I think this is important. So let's scroll through here on some of these items. I think the February 11th, you don't want to have any agenda items. I know last year we had a city council meeting with 0 agenda items. February 11th should be a go. It's a chance to get public comment, talk to the people, talk to constituents, find out what's going on. So more public comment, the better. I stick with the tradition between August and the December one, but let's scroll down and look at the other items on here. I don't think we need to have a separate meeting for the mayor pro tem and mayor rotation. In the past, years before, it's always been at the beginning of a city council meeting. That can be rolled into a city council meeting right there. So let's take the April 29th, let's put that into another meeting, and we don't need to have a separate meeting. But there needs to be more meetings. I think we need to stick with it. We got 24 scheduled meetings, 22 scheduled because of the 2 that we have dark. But I think we have too many meetings that we're skipping here. I want to have as many maximum meetings as possible. That's my time. That's my piece. Thank you. Good night. God bless.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I do not see any additional virtual hands raised.
Okay. Bringing it back to the council for questions, deliberations.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
February 11th is also ski week, where I'm sure those with kids in town may skip town, or kids in school. I will be one of those that will not be here in Hermosa that week. I do agree about the December 9th meeting, if we can schedule that one and maybe give up one of the summer ones. I don't really care, but I know people travel during the summer, so maybe July 8th, right after the 4th of July holiday. But again, not really, don't really care which date in the summer, but just to go a little bit leaner over the summer, but reactivating that December 9th one, because that is a very long time between meetings.
Right, it is December 9th. And that would also give us to go through the calendar in December, which is what we're supposed to be doing. Right, so. Okay, I had a question about, typically we choose the fourth meeting, we go dark on the 4th meeting in June. We've had a tradition of doing that because schools just let out and it's the beginning of summer. I didn't know if there was a desire to continue to go dark on that date. That would be my preference on that.
Madam City Clerk, can you put the calendar back up, the proposed calendar?
Okay, thank you. We are dark on the 11th, yes. So on the 24th, you do have the Conference of Mayors 19 to 22, so, yeah.
Why don't we just vote on, maybe start on the easy ones? Let's do the December 9th meeting. Let's have a meeting. Let's just vote on that, get that done.
Okay, want to go through each one? Sure.
Yeah.
All right, we can do that.
Make a motion to have a meeting on the December 9th of 2025.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Oh, are we going to do a roll call each time?
Are we,
We're voting to have a meeting on the 9th.
are we going to take Councilmember DeToy's suggestion of taking a date in June off?
I just want to do the days off, the changes.
You want to do one at a time?
We can do a one for one, right?
This
Up to us.
is entirely at the discretion of the city council, correct?
We can do one at a time. We can just do a roll call or voice vote and make it simpler for the clerk.
Once again, totally up to the discretion of the body.
Yeah. Make a motion for December 9th on a voice vote.
I'll still second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Okay. That's cool.
Motion carries 5-0.
Excuse me?
So motion carries 5-0.
Right. Okay, June 24. I'll make a motion to go dark on June 24. Is there a second on that one? Nope. Okay, guess not.
Why don't I
Mayor,
just,
Mayor?
Hang on a second.
I was just saying, one of the meetings during the summer, I don't have any summer plans or travel or anything, so I don't know which one works better for the majority of us. You know, what, is it one in July? Is it the June 22nd? Or June 24th, sorry.
Well, we got July 8th and 22nd scheduled, right, for July?
Correct. Correct. And I would not say that canceling the July 22nd because we're dark August 12th.
How about the 8th?
It's a long time.
What? I was going to suggest if we go dark on July 22nd, that gives us a nicer span. There's no meeting in August 12th either, so there's a...
But then you don't have a meeting from July 8th to August 26th.
time.
Right.
Yeah.
Long time to go. That's why I was pushing for June 24.
What about July 8th? Go dark. Any support for that?
I'm good with one of them. I don't,
I'm retired with no kids, it doesn't matter to me at all.
So it's June 24th or July 8th? Is that where we are?
Right, that's where we are. So you prefer the 8th,
I like the idea of the 8th following the 4th holiday. I think somebody mentioned that. Might not be a bad idea.
So I prefer the 24th. What do you guys want? 8th or 24th?
8th.
You want the 8th? Okay, 2 for the 8th.
Rock, paper, scissors
All
for
right,
me. What
I
do you
guess we're going with the 8th then. So we go dark on the 8th?
Do we have to take a voice vote?
No, I guess we
No,
already
we do.
kind of figured that out, right?
Make the motion.
Move, we go dark on the 8th?
Second. Call a question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes.
Mayor,
Yes.
can we move the September 23rd meeting to the 30th?
Wait, September 23rd, what we doing? Do you have that thing back up here we could pull up?
that was for Rosh Hashanah.
Oh, we're doing that, right?
Yeah, that was staff's
We're doing that as
recommendation.
part of the recommendation, staff recommendation, isn't it?
Yeah.
The 23rd to the 30th?
I'll
We
second
have,
that one.
we're making the changes. That's a motion now.
Well, I think it's
No,
in
yeah,
the
correct.
staff recommendation.
Correct, yeah, so and Ms. Yang, you can correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that reflected in the draft council meeting agenda, or council meeting
Right.
attachment? Or if I have that wrong, I apologize.
It's noted as an option.
Got it.
Oh, noted as an option, okay.
I made the motion.
Good for checking that. We don't want to
Second.
mess up. Okay, there's a motion and a second to change it to the 24th. All those in favor?
Wait, no, hang
Excuse
on.
me, The motion was to change it to the 30th.
Yes, from 23rd to the 30th.
Right.
Okay.
What did I say?
The 24th.
Oh, goodness. 23rd to the 30th? I'm just joking with you.
I just want to make sure the motion's clear. September 30th is the meeting.
Right, you got it. Okay. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Okay. Now, the budget study session, is there any reason that we need to make this sooner? Because it seemed like we were rushed, or was it the second one on June 10th? Madam City Manager.
We present the city manager's budget to you on May 15th. So the idea was for you to have the budget in at least 2 weeks in advance of the study session. So if you made it earlier, you wouldn't have the budget before you,
Right.
or the draft budget, I should say.
What's the date of the budget's released? I'm sorry.
May 15th.
Thank you.
Maybe it was the CIP. Is it better to have that earlier than the 22nd of April?
I don't know, I don't believe the council or the staff was disadvantaged by the date that it's currently on. It takes a lot of workshopping on the staff's part. All of us get involved. Every department, even though it seems like it's just the Public Works Department, many projects are multi-departmental. So we conduct workshops amongst staff in order to be able to provide the CIP budget.
Okay. And I have a question about August 30th. Is a set-aside date. It doesn't mean we're going to do it, but this would be a retreat, which might involve a lot of communication plans and other things, and I didn't know if we should move that up sooner instead of having it in the middle of the summer.
It's also Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my goodness. It sure is.
That'll never do.
Yeah.
That won't work.
And question, what kind of communications problems would there be?
I don't know if we wanted to go over,
The retreat was here in Hermosa Beach, so.
well, what did we discussed agenda items, all kinds of, the amount of time people have to spend, like changing and.
Oh, I remember all the discussions.
Right, all of
I
those
mean,
things about
Pretty
revising.
much just another city council meeting, just wasn't here, and it was informal.
Well, maybe we don't need one. If three of us want to put something on the agenda, we just do it then, right? And then we don't need a retreat. And just can the whole idea? That would be.
No, I mean, but are we talking about the date or the fact we don't want to retreat?
Either or. I mean, maybe we don't need a retreat.
Being Labor Day.
Because I thought
It is actually Labor Day. huh?
We spent the whole day, and then out of that, all kinds of things ended up on the agenda. So maybe it makes more sense from a logical and business standpoint. If people want agenda items, we just add them and not bother with a retreat.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
It's really only to hold the date. It's not compelling, it's not compulsory to have the study session, but as you had noted so well earlier, Anne spends a lot of time trying to calendar these placeholders. And if we didn't have these placeholders, creating an opportunity impromptu becomes very difficult. You're all very, very busy. And so it is a placeholder. The mayor and council at the time can decide if they want to have a study session.
I mean, I don't like having a placeholder in the summer, that's all. It's a summer day.
I just want to point out, not to belabor this, but years ago, we never even had them. So
Yeah.
I think she's correct. Let's just leave it on there, and we can always cancel it.
It is Labor Day. Doesn't make any
Labor
difference
Day
to anybody?
weekend.
Doesn't make any difference, yeah.
Not to me.
Not to me.
On a Saturday.
They're always on Saturdays.
It's always on a Saturday.
So,
How about if we put it in May instead of August? I don't know, I just think it's crazy to do it.
I move we leave it at it where it is, and we can move it later if need be.
Yeah. So there's no change on that.
Okay with me.
All right.
Approve the balance, motion?
Well, I have a question about the start time, since that's part of this agenda item. I'd like to propose that we go back to the starting times that we used to have of 6 p.m. for closed session and 7 p.m. for study sessions and regular council meetings. And I think that we all need to work hard on making our meetings go quicker and faster and not get so long into the night. I think we've improved that recently, and maybe there's other things we can do to shorten our meetings, but the history showed when we shortened these, the meetings didn't get any, didn't end any earlier in the night, so.
So you want to start later?
Yeah, an hour later, it allows.
Far into the night, but you want to start an hour later?
I'm happy.
Okay,
to start
intuitive, isn't it?
No, no, not at all. Okay. The public, the working public, our working people, our residents, are more apt to come to a meeting at 7 than they are at 6. When they come to participate at our meetings, I think it's important we have them at times that are convenient for the people that work. And I think that 6 is too early for people to be able to participate. They're still driving and commuting, and so that's the important thing. It was changed, I believe, at the beginning of COVID, and then it was made permanent, and I just think that there's other things we can do to shorten our meetings. I don't think starting them an hour earlier makes them any shorter at night, because we'd have them gone awfully late at night, having them start when they started an hour earlier. So
I'm fine with that change.
I think it's counterintuitive. We start later. Let's assume that our meetings are a finite number of hours on an average, okay?
Right.
Right now, it's 11:15, right? We started at 6. We started at 7, it would be 11:45 right now.
Right, but we've done a good job of ending them early. We've ended our meetings 10:30 lots of times.
Well,
We've
this
done a
one,
good job.
not so
So, you know, and what happens is, I think that we all tend to stretch them out when we see that it isn't so late at night.
Or 11 is late enough.
I really think that we serve the public better by starting them an hour later. That's my opinion,
I appreciate
you know?
that.
And it's on
Mayor,
there,
if
we
I
can
may.
make that decision here. Excuse me.
I
Yes.
can't remember when we ever started them at 7.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember DeToy can speak for me, or can speak for his experience. I've been on council since 21. I've yet to hear a single constituent, a single one, say, gosh, I wish you guys started your meetings later so I could attend. So with that, I move that we continue to maintain our status, starting at 5 with closed session and open session at 6.
I second that.
Well, I'll just maintain my position that people have come down and spoken about it in the past and written to us. And
I'd love to see that tape or the letter from anybody, because I've missed it.
Okay, call the question, please.
Well, and so, Mr. Mayor, I just want to be sure, so the draft resolution has that, the time that Councilmember Jackson
Right.
articulated, and then I believe, I don't remember, I heard a second in Councilmember Keegan, if I, oh, DeToy seconded, so, right, so basically, all we need to do is basically, if you guys are done changing the topics, changing the dates, it's going to be adopt the resolution with the attachments, with all of the aforementioned changes, and then we would be done, unless there's other topics you guys would like to discuss.
I wanted to vote, I think we're going to vote on the time of the start of the meeting. Let's just do it as a single item, not as the whole item.
And once again, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think what the city attorney's saying is the motion should be to change it an hour earlier.
No, that's not
Vote
what I'm
on
saying.
that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying as of right now, the draft resolution has 5 o'clock for the closed session, 6 o'clock for open session.
Right, so if you want to vote on a time change, just do it separate. That's the only item.
So, is
We
there
have
a
two
motion?
motions on the floor right now? One motion to.
Right, so
calendar.
that's what I was kind of getting confused about, that we have a motion, and then, of course, the way that the overall calendar is effectuated is by resolution. That resolution, once again, will include the time for all of them, and then the exhibit, or it's the attachment, I apologize, Ms. Yang, has the calendar that will be attached, once again, as modified by you all tonight. If there's further topics and we kind of want to do this one-off thing, that's your guys' prerogative. Please go ahead and continue. But if we're wrapping it up, we do eventually have to adopt this resolution as a whole.
I get it. Let's do it separately, because I support the whole
It should-
resolution, but I want to change the time.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I see that we've essentially agreed on everything as far as the calendar is concerned.
So we
And
have a
do
motion to.
We have a motion and a
move-
second.
We have a motion then for staff recommendation number 1. I believe is what the city attorney is suggesting. We vote on this separately.
Or I
City
can move,
council
I
meeting's
can
gotta
move, change.
add
All of
to.
it, all of it. We should, because, yeah, I mean, once again, I believe you
I
guys
got you.
are done with the entirety of it. That resolution does need to be adopted. We have all of the changes that you guys
Right.
voted on individually. December 9th, have a meeting, go dark July 8th, move September 23rd to September 30th, and then maintain that retreat date for August 30th. You guys then, to effectuate that, do need to adopt a resolution establishing the meeting dates and times of which that calendar will be Exhibit A.
But we still have to resolve the time.
Correct.
So we're back to now where we were, where Councilmember Jackson made a motion to keep the times the way they are.
And I second
Sure.
it.
And
Sure.
Councilmember Seaman seconded.
And if you want to count votes, I'll third it.
And there's a third, so
That's only need 2, so it's
Yeah.
all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no.
Nay.
No, okay, 3-2. Okay, stays the same. Now we're into adopting the whole thing.
that's what I want.
Beautiful, there we are. Okay, is there a motion to adopt staff recommendation in its entirety?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, could you please open voting? Uh-oh, my computer's out. Jeez. Why does it do
And this does reflect the changes we discussed for calendar.
Correct, yeah, it was
dates.
staff that I just read off, correct.
I'll just record a yes vote. I don't know what happened. It failed on me here. Okay, the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you please announce the vote?
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Great. Moving right along. Future agenda items.
We still have 11P. The polled consent calendar item.
Right.
Oh, my goodness.
Talk about extending meetings.
I thought
And that is
we
the
were
only
almost
reason
done.
why we had Alexis Oropeza here is for that item. So,
Item 11P, adoption of an ordinance approving zone text amendment 24-03, amending chapter 17.21 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units.
Mr. Mayor, did you have a specific question, or were you requesting a
If you could
full?
make just a very brief summary, and then we'll go into a few questions.
So this is a second reading of.
It is a second reading.
Correct.
And we have a new council member here, so, you know, just a brief overview
Sure.
if that's okay.
So good evening, Mayor Francois, Mayor Pro Tem Seaman, members of the council, Alexis Oropeza, Planning Manager. On November 12th, the City Council took action to adopt modifications to Chapter 17.21, which addresses accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. The primary impetus of this zone text amendment stems from modifications to state law by the legislature last year, specifically Assembly Bill 2533 and Senate Bill 1211. In addition, there were some local amendments. In short, AB 2533 made some modifications to state law to expand the legalization process for ADUs and JADUs, and extended the grace period for allowing those ADUs to be, or legal dwelling units to be converted into ADUs to January 18th. From January 1st, 2018 to January 1st, 2020. There was also additions to change references to the health code. Senate Bill 1211 made modifications that addressed definitions, add a prohibition against requiring replacement parking for open air parking spaces. In addition, the local modifications addressed building separation for detached ADUs, as well as establishing a 20-foot height limit for a detached ADU.
Thank you very much. So I have a question regarding the state requirement. As I recall this, the state requirement, we did this in response to the state's requirements, correct?
The majority of the modifications were in response.
And the Planning Commission recommended to do, as far as building separation, for example, they wanted to keep it the same, but the staff recommended that it be shortened to make it consistent, but we didn't necessarily have to do that per the state requirements. Is that correct? How does that play into
That is
place?
correct.
And so what was the reasoning behind lowering this separation of 8 foot to 6?
So the city regulations have a requirement of either 6 feet or 8 feet. Our recommendation was to defer to building code, which allows for flexibility to possibly fit a unit on a property, an ADU.
Okay. So we went beyond what the state did to encourage more development of ADUs then, correct?
It creates greater
Yeah,
flexibility.
okay. And then the same thing goes for the height limit. We went and raised the height limit for ADUs. And we didn't need to do that. The state didn't require us to do that. We did that again to encourage more development of ADUs. Is that?
I would say the height is more not that that would necessarily encourage more ADUs, but it just creates better flexibility for design options and perhaps more livable units. So more
Okay.
so than encouraging.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Keegan.
When the state's law says it's 16 feet height for the AD unit with an 18-foot allowable location when you're near a transit stop. Now, if you go to 20, would that allow then the ADU to have 2 floors instead of 1 in the smaller 16 and 18 foot? Because you couldn't really build 2 stories with a 16-foot high building.
So currently, you're right. There is a tiered system within the state law and as adopted by the city. The recommendation was to simplify it to single 20 feet, which could more likely facilitate a 2-story structure than 16 feet.
Which would definitely increase the amount of square footage in the ADU also.
There's potentially, but there are size limits regardless
Okay.
embedded in the.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm glad you pulled this item. If you hadn't, I would. And the reason I would have was because in the original meeting, we changed, the Planning Commission did not, it was 16 feet was the existing height, 18 feet if you're near a transit stop. I'm not sure why the proximity to a transit stop has anything to do with the height of a building. Honestly, that makes no sense at all. And then the staff recommended they raise it to 20 feet to encourage more ADUs, which also encouraged more density. The Planning Commission felt, and I believe rightly so, that we should leave it the way it is, and they agreed to make some other changes, but they did not agree to the height change to 20 feet. 18 feet does give you an opportunity for two floors, although it would be probably a flat roof or a pitched roof of some sort, but not with very little pitch to it. So
I would have pulled this anyway because we have a new member here, and the vote may go differently. So I thought it was worth the opportunity to revote on the one item about the height, 20 feet. I don't see it as an advantage. I think the Planning Commission had it right in the first place, and I would like to go along with their recommendation. Those are my comments on this.
Okay, yeah. Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. And then what is the height if it is connected to the structure?
If it is connected to the structure, then it's the same as the underlying zone, which is either 25 or 30 feet.
Thank you.
I think that was brought up in the Planning Commission meeting also. They said, well, if you wanted to go higher, you could simply attach it to the building, and then it could be same as the building itself.
Well, I have a follow-up question because I want to be clear. It was my understanding that the Planning Commission recommended keeping the height limit, but also keeping the building separation to 8 feet as well. Is that, what was the Planning
The
Commission's?
decision was split on that. They did recommend for, excuse me, let me just.
Sure.
They did not have the same recommendation on the two local provisions. With regards to the separation between buildings, they did recommend approval of deferring to the building code on that item. With regards to the height, they did not take action to recommend approval, and that's what was presented at the City Council at the last hearing.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Okay, anyone wishing to, in the chambers wishing to comment? Seeing none, anyone online?
I do not. Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Hi, yes, this is Laura Pena. I understand you guys pulled the ADUs again. Here's one thing that I've been challenged by in this whole zoning conversation with changing development standards. I'm hoping that the goal is to make it simple, is to make it streamlined, is to make it easier to understand, is to provide flexibility. I understand that nobody, or it appears that we have density concerns, but with ADUs, there is a certain size that we can actually build. And if we could streamline the code to actually make it easier, that would be incredibly helpful. People below grade, it's just frustrating to take one step back and one step forward and 2 step back. So I would appreciate help streamlining and making it simple. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not see any virtual hands raised.
Okay, bringing it back to the council for deliberations and action.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We had a conversation tonight about how we're in a housing shortage. I think I agree with the public commenter making it streamlined. So I'll make a motion that we adopt staff's resolution recommendation, which is our second reading, and approving this.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I missed the last part. Adopt the resolution as.
20 feet.
Yeah, it would just be the second reading, so it would adopt the ordinance.
I second.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes, absolutely.
I understand what Ms. Pena said. There isn't anything simpler than leaving it the way it was, 16 feet, 18 feet, with an approximation to a transit stop. It's just, that's as simple as it can be. It's 18 feet, period. It always has been that way, or it has been that way now, and that's the way it should stay, I think. I think encouraging bigger and more dense development is not in the best interest of our city, regardless if that's what the state might think or any individual might think. When you think about what used to be an R1 lot, first of all, R1 no longer exists thanks to the state of California. Number two, that R1 lot can now be split in half according to the state of California. And
a new house and an ADU can be built on each one. So if each one can be 20 feet tall, now you've taken a single-family residence lot and an R1 lot, and now there's 4 units on there, a house and a 20-foot tall ADU. I think that if there's a tiny shred of local control that we can maintain, we should. And that means not 20 feet, but 18 feet. And if you can't get a huge ADU out of that, then I'm sorry. I disagree with that. And so if there's a motion, I would make a alternate motion, or
You want to
we
make a
can vote on that one?
substitute motion? Go ahead.
Substitute motion.
Sure.
I move that we leave the height at 18 feet and put this to bed.
Well, and so, Mr. Mayor, if I may, so because we scheduled it for first
changed it,
reading.
yeah, well, that's-
Right, right,
yes,
so
okay.
it would be introduced on first reading and waive full reading, the proposed ordinance approving Zone Text Amendment 2403 as amended, which reflects a change from a detached ADU height of 20 feet to the previous iteration, which was 18 or 16, depending on the location. Once again, it's that vernacular
That's
is
as
not.
clear as it
not-
can
yeah,
be.
perfect.
And that would be my motion. Thank you.
Okay, that's the substitute motion. Is there a second to that? I'll second it. Any other discussion?
No.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, could we have a vote?
And so just to be clear, this is the substitute motion first.
Yes,
It'll
this
be
is the-
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman's motion.
Okay, the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you please announce the vote?
Motion carries 3-2, noes from Councilmember Dutoy and Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you. Motion passes, and the original motion automatically fails. Okay, now we're on to future agenda items. We might have a few here. I'm going to start off with one, and then I'll let others chime in on others. The facilities, Community Facilities Task Force, do I have the name of the thing correctly? I would like to add as a future agenda item, taking a look at what they are looking at for different options of facilities and take an action item as to whether we should delete or keep the option of building on the other side of Valley a new city hall. And that is my request for a future agenda item.
I'll support that.
I'll support that.
Okay, we have 3 for an action item.
I am clear on the motion, and we could bring this back as your discussion item for a future agenda item. However, that reverses the need the council had established to have a community engagement process where they would be presented with all the options. All of these recommendations come back to council, and council has the opportunity at that time. But to delete an option amongst the suite of options before the community even gets to review it, deliberate on it, I think it gets in the way
we can't
of.
debate or deliberate on the action tonight. My thought was that if we eliminate that option, then there is less for them to consider, and we could move ahead sooner on perhaps making substantial renovations in the facilities that we have instead of letting them deteriorate any longer.
Sure, and I will remind the council, the Community Advisory Board, the Civic Facilities Advisory Board, is only meeting 2 more times. April is the last meeting, and so council will be presented with all of that. We have a community engagement meeting coming up at the end of the month. And I'm not requesting council debate on it, but simply stating that it comes back to you. It is always your discretion. And it is not spending a ton of time with members of the community to let them know or even consider anything.
Well, the advisory board will know what our actions were tonight, so, that's up to however that progresses, I guess. So, anyway. Any other council members have any requests for agenda items?
I do.
Sure.
As a future agenda item, which has some urgency to it, at our next meeting, I would like to see a discussion about the St. Patrick's Day security measures, what the potential costs, potential alternatives, potential ways of perhaps financing it or lowering the cost to where it's affordable, and so on and so forth, where we are today. What are the possibilities with the chamber and the event producers, and so on and so forth, to determine at our next meeting what can be done to make the St. Patrick's Day a certainty.
I'll second that.
If we don't add this as a future agenda item, are we to assume that it would come back anyway if it needed to, if the city involvement was needed regarding funding?
It would, if they're not going to produce the event for any reason, it would come back because the agreement needs to be modified. Because currently it's in their agreement that they
Right.
must do it.
It is.
And so whatever reason that they may have to not produce it, it would come back here.
It would come back, irregardless of whether we add it to the next agenda or not.
Correct,
Okay,
regardless.
but adding it to the next agenda, it might be on the next agenda, and it'll just be that everything is moving forward then.
Well, in which
If
case, then
it's
that discussion
informational.
will go quite well then, won't it?
Guess it will, huh?
Yeah. But if it's
Okay.
not, then we, at our next meeting, and I say there's urgency to this, because there's a possibility that we may not have a St. Patrick's Day parade this year, because we can't afford it. Can't be done. And that's the point that I'm trying to illuminate. I think that our next meeting, we should discuss where we are, what's certain about that, and what we can do to make it happen. Be it alternative measures for blocking the streets, cutting the parade down slightly, or whatever there is to be done. I think we need to discuss it, and we need to do it at our next meeting so that we have time. March 17th is St. Patrick's Day, so we're here at the end of January, and I think that it should happen very quickly and very soon. May just be a discussion. Maybe we come back with a staff report says, "Oh, we're all good. We figured out something. We're going to do it. We're good." And we have a whole year to work on some other ideas and some other things. But in order to save this year's St. Patrick's Day parade, which I think is important, we should have this discussion at our next meeting. So that's what I'm proposing as a future agenda item.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
To make it any
Just
more
a question for staff. This is not our event, is that correct? This is
Correct, it's not the city's event.
it's produced by a third party?
Yes,
It's sponsored by the chamber,
it's produced by the chamber.
produced by the
Yes.
chamber,
Under
who
contract.
hires an event producer.
Yeah,
Yeah, contractor.
under contract.
Yeah, but still, it is the Hermosa Beach St. Patrick's Day Parade, whether it's officially ours or not. That's true.
What's the deadline for them filing a fee to apply and have the event approved? Is there a deadline or not?
Let me check with Community Resources Manager. I'm not sure about the deadline at this time.
And obviously, go ahead with check. I don't believe the agreement, I don't believe articulates, you must have your plans and everything in by X day and X date. There's obviously a date, and practically, they can't show up the day before and say, here's what we're going to do. But if my memory serves in reviewing that long-term agreement, there's not a specific date that says you must have your plans in, because it is a very iterative process. When they do submit their plans, there's a back and forth. Hey, everything's good over here, maybe work on this over here. So I'm not sure that there's a strict deadline articulated in the agreement.
And right now you have 2 votes, which is info item. You need a third if it becomes a potential action item. Is that correct?
And just to share, the event itself is approved. And so in terms of a timeline, we bill them for the costs after the event. So there isn't anything in advance that they need to pay or the event's approved. But they know based on the estimates at a certain point whether they can fund it or not. So that becomes the question, not when are they paying us. We only bill them after the event.
Right. But an action would be potentially something if we needed to help fund some of the security measures.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
So in other words, a potential action could be that if they didn't have enough money to conduct certain security measures, that we would have to contribute something towards those security measures. That would be a potential action item.
That's a potential
Yeah.
council decision to
Right.
figure out where to take funds from to
Yeah.
fund that, yes.
Okay, I'll add my vote to that to make it a potential action item. Okay, anything else?
Not for me, no. Thank you.
Councilmember Seaman? No? Okay. Well, there's a lot of cleanup, and I went over with city manager about future pending new items that are way down the list, and I guess that can be updated for next month, right, when we take a look at that again? Yeah, okay, there were just a lot of really old ones that might be added or eliminated, and so,
Correct, and that doesn't necessarily, correct, I can bring that back.
okay. Thanks, I didn't want to go into it then. Okay. Hearing nothing else, tonight's meeting is adjourned. Oh, yes, Councilmember Jackson.
Just a reminder, tomorrow, Coffee with a Cop, Chief, am I correct? Starbucks, 9 o'clock, the new Starbucks on PCH.
Okay. Thank you for that reminder. And of course, Thursday night is the Mayor's Town Hall Forum here in City Council Chambers, 6 to 8. And tonight's meeting is adjourned at 11:15 p.m. We adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Hector Alatorre. He died tragically in a multi-car accident on Saturday, December 14th. Hector was a cornerstone of the Hermosa Beach Little League. For the past 3 seasons, Hector and his family were the heart and soul of Clark Field. They ran the snack stand with unmatched dedication and joy. Hector often stayed until 11 p.m. to clean up, only to return the following morning at dawn to prepare his famous breakfast burritos for the 8 a.m. fans. He and his family also owned Hector's Tacos Catering, which served countless families and organizations throughout the South Bay. Hector's breakfast burritos, burgers, and tacos were a highlight of visits to Clark Field. Hector knew the name of every player, sibling, and so many parents who stepped onto Clark Field, whether from behind the grill or cheering from the stands. He made every kid feel special. His warm smile and positive energy embodied the spirit of Hermosa Beach Little League. As news of his passing spread, the Hermosa community rallied around his family, raising more than $45,000 from 275 donations via GoFundMe arranged by the Hermosa Beach Little League. And for Hermosa baseball kids who have never experienced the loss of a friend or a family member, Hector's passing marks the first time they've faced the profound sadness of losing someone they cared about. Hector was 55 years old, survived by his wife, Sol, his daughters, Christy, Yazareth, Sophia, Selena, his son Hector Jr., and his grandsons, Alejandro and Liam. This meeting is now adjourned. Any council members care to?
If I could, Mr. Mayor,
Any
thank
comments?
you. Talk about a community rallying together. The initial goal was $10,000, and the ultimate goal was the amount reached was over $50,000. Big kudos to Mark Mammer and Dave Schott for their fundraising efforts. Over 30 people drove over an hour and a half to attend 30 people from Hermosa Beach to attend his service in Rosamond. and beautiful ranch, and it was a really good event. And I just want to leave you with one quote from Mark Wiley, who wrote a very great piece, and I won't read the whole thing, but he just said, in part, the people who leave the biggest impressions on our lives are often those we spend the least amount of time with. They show up quietly, bring light gently, and help us in ways that they may never even realize. With a smile, a laugh, or simply by being themselves. Our time with them may be short, but their impact is immense.
Thank you for those nice words. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. This meeting's adjourned.